It also helps enhance the capacities of the African micro, small, and medium enterprises so they can benefit from the IP system and can generate more value from their products, and provides technical assistance to African countries to design SME-friendly IP policies. Implementation of an online IP platform. This platform will provide expert advice on IPR protection and enforcement.
Informative help desk for businesses would certainly help to bring uniformity, clarity, efficiency, consistency, and a better understanding of what is required for people to trade under the AFCFTA, which would make it easier for all countries involved to navigate the system, as the system would be identical across the continent.
A spirit of collaboration is central to AFRIPI's work. It will cooperate with organisations that are active in the support of the African Union's strategy on gender equality and women's empowerment, and particularly support women entrepreneurs.
AfriPI could help women business owners in Africa improve their activities. Business women have always been a marginalized group in Africa due to cultural values. However, it has been proven over time that women have contributed greatly to the economy in most African countries. Therefore, AfriPI could come up with laws that protect women in business. This could actually be a turning point for women in Africa.
Good morning.
The African Regional
Good morning, everyone.
Property Organization.
At least now that the Director General is here, I would say ladies and gentlemen. But in his absence, the rest of us are well wishers. But good morning. We'll be starting in just a few minutes. Hope that this is also not the end, that the conversations will just be the beginning of something amazing on this continent, in this region, for every woman that is involved in innovation, inventions, or creativity. But you're welcome to day 3. We'll be starting in just a few minutes, and I'll be starting with a nice and interesting panel discussion. So you make sure you're tuned in for that, at least. And we trust that the breakfast that you have had sufficient at least to keep you alert for the day's events. If you look at your program, today will not be full day exactly, but we are going to have the panel discussion. We'll have a presentation thereafter on the role of mentorship in empowering women in intellectual property. And then we'll also have reflections and wrap-up, and then closing remarks from the Director General of the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization and the Registrar General of Uganda Registration Services Bureau as well. And we'll host you to a lunch, and our delegates you'll receive communication for a special treat that has been planned for you later on today. So we'll be starting in a few minutes. Those watching online as well, we are glad that you could tune in from wherever you are watching from, and we hope you can also continue to plug in throughout the rest of the day. So we'll be starting in about 2 minutes with a panel discussion. Thank you.
ukanda ambao pia watu wetu wa Mashariki na Kati wenzetu wako juu kibiashara. So kwa hiyo basira ambayo tumeitengeneza ni moja ya mfano. Basi trigger sisi tufanye kama hivi. Kwa sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme na full AC, gari vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo anatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
ARIPO improves awareness about the importance of IP in different areas of society, such as young people, SMEs, and consumers. It also helps enhance the capacities of the African micro, small, and medium enterprises, so they can benefit from the IP system and can generate more value from their products, and provides technical assistance to African countries to design SME-friendly IP policies. ARIPO will also ensure the provision of basic information on IP issues in the targeted countries and regions via the implementation of an online IP platform. This platform will provide expert advice on IPR protection and enforcement.
Informative help desk for businesses would certainly help to bring uniformity, clarity, efficiency, consistency, and a better understanding of what is required for people to trade under the AFCFTA, which would make it easier for all countries involved to navigate the system, as the system would be identical across the continent.
A spirit of collaboration is central to ARIPO's work. It will cooperate with organizations that are active in the support of the African Union's strategy on gender equality and women's empowerment, and particularly support women entrepreneurs.
AFRIPI could help women business owners in Africa improve their activities. Business women have always been a marginalized group in Africa due to cultural values and norms. However, it has been proven over time that women have contributed greatly to the economy in most African countries. Therefore, AFRIPI could come up with laws that protect women in business. This could actually be a turning point for women in Africa.
AFRIPI will give support through the capacity building activities for Africa's regional and national IP offices. For example, by bringing IT innovation to the African IP offices and African SMEs, therefore supporting the African regional intellectual property organizations, or ARIPO's mission of fostering creativity and innovation for economic growth and development in Africa.
ambao ni Waganda, ambao pia marafiki wetu wa Mashariki na Kati, wenzetu wengi kibiashara. So kwa hiyo sira ambayo imetengeneza ni moja ya mfano. Basi trigger vitu kama hivi. Kwa sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme na full AC, gari vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo wanatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
AFRIPI will give support through the capacity building activities for Africa's regional and national IP offices. For example, by bringing IT innovation to the African IP offices and African SMEs, therefore supporting the African regional intellectual property organizations, or ARIPO's mission of fostering creativity and innovation for economic growth and development in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in.
And welcome to day 3, the Women in IP conference. And I hope you are enjoying yourselves. So we're going to have a slight change in our program just so that we are able to cover as much as we can on the final day. We don't want to just host you to a conference. You are also lovely tourists. You have to look at the place, some of the places around, enjoy yourselves, and live with a nice story about Uganda. Christmas is coming up, so hopefully it won't be your last time in the country this year. You can always come back here for the holidays. So we're going to have a change in our program. And we're going to start with a presentation on the role of mentorship in empowering women in intellectual property. And this is going to be delivered by Miss Tanaka Kachara, who is an IP lawyer, Scanlon and Holderness from Zimbabwe. And what this presentation will focus on, it's going to be delivered giving the perspective of young women involved in intellectual property. And it will highlight the importance of mentorship programs in inspiring, guiding, and supporting other women, particularly the youth, in pursuing careers and leadership roles in IP-related fields. And I think even from picking up from yesterday's discussion, you could see that there are so much potential. Many of us here can be mentors. We were able to listen to so many speakers here that have that capacity as well to just mentor us. So this presentation is actually quite timely. Even as we leave here, this can even serve as the next steps for the women in the room today. So let's all welcome Ms. Tanaka Kachara to deliver the presentation. And then right after she delivers her presentation, we'll get into our panel discussion as well to just pick it up from there. So let's welcome Ms. Tanaka.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good morning, everybody. Morning. So I'm going to be talking today about the role of mentorship in empowering women in intellectual property. So we're just going to get straight into it. Okay. So the outline of my presentation, I'm basically going to give an introduction and a definition of what mentorship is. We're going to look at the mentorship programs that are currently available in IP-related fields. We'll also look at the importance of mentorship. We'll look at a case study, look at what was done in that case study, what were the results in that case study, the challenges that were faced, and solutions and recommendations to those challenges. Okay, so mentorship basically entails 3 parts. There's coaching, there is the mentorship itself, and sponsorship. So simply put, mentorship is a relationship between a knowledgeable and more experienced person, commonly known as a mentor, and a less experienced and knowledgeable person who is the mentee. So what allows mentorship to work is to bridge the gap in the knowledge that is there between a mentor and a mentee. It entails coaching, which is identifying the areas that a mentee needs to be helped in to provide guidance, basically holding your hand through your experience and building your career as an IP expert or an SME who is commercializing their IP. It entails sponsorship, raising your name in rooms that you're not in, that you would not have otherwise been in, but supporting them to put them in platforms such as these, where they get to learn from other people who have done it before them. So some of the mentorship programs that are in IP-related fields are the ARIPO Training, Mentoring, and Matchmaking Program, which is basically a program that allows Indigenous women and entrepreneurs from local communities to get the support that they need from those that are experienced. We also have the CAR-IPI, which is almost a similar program as to the AFRIPI. This also provides a mentorship program for women in particular to allow them to learn and to enhance their skills, to provide them with the necessary knowledge that they need, especially in the commercialization of their IP. We also have the INTA mentoring program, which is the International Trademarks Association. They provide young professionals with this mentorship program to allow them to be able to utilize being part of the organization, of the association. So now, the importance of mentorship. Firstly, fostering collaborations. And this is not only between a mentor and a mentee, but also with mentees that are at the same level as the mentee that a mentor is holding or guiding in their career journey. So that would include platforms like this, like I've already said. I know that Dr. Juliana yesterday gave a presentation that left all of us dumbfounded and pushed to do more, not only in building her business, but also in making sure that her IP is in place. So fostering such collaborations, I know she mentioned to some ladies that they were free to come through to the farm and learn how they can also do the same with their businesses. So those are some of the things that mentorship provides. The knowledge transfer, like I already said in the beginning, a mentor is someone who's got more knowledge, they've got more skills. So the mentorship relationship allows the transfer of that knowledge to the mentee. Acquisition of new skills. A number of people during this conference mentioned that they were part of trade forums, business forums, and also IP programs that allowed them to acquire new skills, to improve their products, and to commercialize those products. So these are some of the things that mentorship programs allow for. Increasing and improving access to resources. So one of the main things that have come up during this conference is that sometimes people don't know, so they need trainings which are provided in mentorship programs. They need access to resources, money itself. So being in a mentorship program or a mentorship relationship allows mentees to benefit and get more access, easier access to resources that their mentors are able to provide them with. And building and supporting effective relationships. Some of the issues that came, because we're all women here, there was also issues around balancing the social and the business side of things. I know that Bonita yesterday mentioned that at the time that she was starting some of her inventions, she was pregnant and she had to balance being a new mother and being an entrepreneur. So some of these relationships and guidance in those life-changing situations are provided in mentorship relationships, making mentorship programs very important. And then guidance and building confidence. It is a program or a platform that allows someone to just be confident more and more in their work, in what they're doing, and to know that some of the hurdles that they're facing have already been faced before. So it gives them the courage to keep going. It gives them the confidence in what they're doing, knowing that it is all right to go through what they're going through and the solutions that have already been found in dealing with such hurdles. Okay, so I'll move on to the mentorship program. We're going to look at the mentorship program that was provided by ARIPO. It was a mentorship program increasing the role of women in innovation and entrepreneurship, encouraging women in developing countries to use the intellectual property system. This was from November 2021 to February 2022. The program covered Mexico, Oman, Pakistan, and Uganda. And just as we were leaving yesterday, I actually approached the RG to just check with her. And I'm very happy to say that the Honorable Messi was part of this program. So there were 30 mentors and 30 mentees in this program. The methodology and insights that we got from the program, there was identification of specific areas of need. The first part was to actually see what the mentorship program was supposed to achieve. So they identified what was needed, and there was the identification and selection of mentors, which was done according to the experience that the mentors had, how much experience they had, how much practice they had done. And then there was selection of international mentors outside of the countries that I have mentioned that were specifically targeted for this program. The following thing was to do the mentee selection, and this was done through the national IP offices for them to identify people, SMEs, and young talented people who needed the help and needed to benefit from this mentorship program. The next step was to match-make the mentor and mentee according to the field that they covered, the experience that they had, and the help that each and every mentee needed. So a toolkit was provided for the program. They were supposed to meet at least 2 times every month to discuss the business, to discuss the IP-related issues, as well as how they can enhance and develop those areas in the business. The results from what was conducted and the results that were gathered after the program, there was definitely an exchange of information, and the mentees had an advanced knowledge in how to manage their IP. So that covers the registration and understanding of what their IP is. Something interesting which I thought was very important was mentioned yesterday. One of the ladies seated right here has a restaurant, and she indicated that she just written down her recipes. So acknowledging or knowing that that is IP that needs to be protected. Those are some of the things that came up from these studies. Improved skills in commercialization of IP. That was also taught, and it was helpful to allow IP holders to be able to actually reap economic benefits from the work that they're doing. And basic career guidance, like I said, knowing the challenges that they're facing and allowing them to actually know that it's okay to face those challenges and helping them cross those bridges and cross the hurdles that they were facing. The challenges. The first thing was inadequacy of assistance. So it was a very important point that was raised, that most of them got the knowledge that they needed. They got an idea of how to commercialize their IP, but they didn't have the resources to go on and implement what they had learned. So those are some of the challenges that they faced, and it was raised that it was important to expand the assistance that was given to cover financial assistance as well. International constraints. Like I said at the beginning, they matched some of the mentees with people from abroad, and some of the challenges with that, people at an international scale would not know the exact laws that are applicable in the countries that their mentees are in. And there are also language barriers. So failure to actually bridge that and explain in vernacular sometimes when it's needed. So those are some of the challenges that were faced. The third one is appropriate stage of mentorship. Some of them received the mentorship too late. They've already gone on for years without registering their IP. Someone has already exploited such IP. And for some of them, it was too early. It's still an idea. They haven't done much. They don't have a business strategy. So getting them into the mentorship program was a bit way too early for them. So those are some of the challenges that were faced in that program. Solutions. The first solution that was suggested, or that we suggest, is increasing time. Instead of meeting just twice a month, it would be better for those that are in the same country to actually incorporate them, to do what we call shadowing as an intern or something like that, to make sure that they have more time to learn, to understand exactly what it is that they have to learn from the mentor. Expansion of scope, like I already said, expanding it to financial assistance as well, and not just stopping at giving them the knowledge that they need, because at the end of the day, the implementation is what is important. Having learned, it is important to make sure that the mentee is able to implement and actually put into practice what they've been learning in the mentorship program. And number 3, extending number of languages in mentoring programs. So most of the SMEs or the young professionals that are there may not be very fluent in understanding foreign languages, English, for example. So it is important to expand the number of languages that are used in the mentorship program to accommodate the vernaculars and other internationally recognized languages. Decentralization of the mentoring programs. So bringing from WIPO to the national offices and have every nation or every ARIPO member state to have a functioning mentorship program to help its locals. And where there is need, we then bridge into each other's countries and operate at a regional level. Creating online communities. This is not only for a mentor and a mentee, but also for the mentees to share the experiences that they have learned, to encourage each other in the businesses and the work that they are doing. So this was found to be very helpful, and a recommendation was made that it would be important to have perhaps the common WhatsApp groups or LinkedIn communities where the mentees are able to interact and to discuss what they're learning and to encourage each other so that they have a wholesome experience from the mentorship program. In conclusion, mentorship is supposed to provide direction, it is supposed to provide coaching and support in all the different areas, not just the business side of it, but to cover even the social challenges that some of the mentees face, to move towards achieving the goal that a mentee has, to provide training, motivation, advice, with the goal of achieving success for the mentee. So mentorship is a powerful tool that plays a vital role in the following ways. Firstly, providing knowledge and guidance. The learning part of it is the most important. Passing on of information from those who are experienced, who have the requisite skills, to those that are still learning, that are still trying to get a hold of everything that they are learning in the IP-related fields. Number 2, building confidence. And this comes in sharing the challenges that a mentor has faced in trying to build their own career. It allows mentees to understand that it is normal to go through the challenges that they are going through. Number 3, providing motivation and support. This goes hand in glove with building confidence, just pushing them on, just allowing them to grow and giving them all the support that they need. Lastly, providing and encouraging leadership opportunities. So that also means allowing them to take up space and also help those that come after them, to become part of the community, the IP community, to become part of those that are enhancing the IP landscape in Africa and even beyond. Thank you very much. That's
Let's appreciate Ms. Tanaka one more time. And I don't know if there are any questions for her as well. If there's anyone in the room with questions, we could use an opportunity to just take a few questions. The microphones are still moving around. So if you have a question, please. Well, the presentation was that clear. Questions, wonderful.
Thank you so much. My name is Sabenzile Dlamini from Eswatini once again. Thank you for the informative presentation. I have a question with regard to the monitoring system. This question comes from, a decision that we have taken as a not-for-profit organization in my country, which I founded and ran, as I said yesterday, to strengthen mentorship, because we've discovered that training alone doesn't really help the women and the youth to accelerate their businesses, So I just want to find out how the monitoring of this program was designed. Was it based on the regular updating of experiences by the participants, both the mentors and mentees, or you waited until the end of the program and collected feedback from all of the participants?
All right. So there were regular updates that were given. Like I said, mentors and mentees met twice every month, at least twice. So there was need to report what they discussed in the monthly reports. After the second meeting, that's when they would give a report. So report what you've discussed and how it is helping the mentee in advancing or improving their product and their IP in their business, right? And then at the end, there was a collective report that was given and posted back at ARIPO. Unfortunately, I've taken down the slides, but there was a link to the report that was given at ARIPO. I think when they shared the slides, you have access to it. So monthly reports, so that there is easy monitoring, and then an ultimate report at the end of the program, indicating what it is that was discussed and how it has helped the mentee to benefit from the mentorship program itself. Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Naka, for well-detailed presentation. Caroline Godzongere is my name, from Zimbabwe, and I'm happy that you have outlined this program that WIPO has offered. So my question is there going to be another program like this? And I understand that from your presentation, there are some challenges that you have figured out and some way forward that you have noted. And my question is, when are we going to have such a program, and does the ARIPO member states request from WIPO if they want the same program in their countries? Because I understand that Zimbabwe needs this. The women in Zimbabwe, they need this kind of mentorship. Talking from experience, talking as a woman who is maybe at times failing to balance business, IP trainings, social life, and not having the depth information of IP and how to commercialize. I think mentorship will do a good way for us, a long way for us. So when are we going to be having this in Zimbabwe, if you may know? And we believe that our IP office will be very, very grateful to locate some of the SMEs like us, so that we will become the first mentees in Zimbabwe, because I don't think we had such an opportunity before. So we become the mentees, and
will push our nation forward. Thank you.
All right, so the WIPO programs are there, but unfortunately I didn't see any that covered the Zimbabwean territory. So what I would say is to be on the lookout for the programs when they are put out by WIPO. But it's a good thing that we are here and ARIPO is represented. You're sitting right next to Ms. Maureen from ARIPO, and the registrar from Zimbabwe is also there. So, like I said, there was need to do decentralization, yes, to national offices to provide mentorship programs. So those are some of the things that I would actually urge all the representatives that are here from the national offices, IP offices in the different countries, to look into setting up such mentorship programs, because they are very useful and they're very important in helping and advancing a number of women who need to learn and to gain from such mentorship programs. So I have not seen one, but I'm really sure that they're working into bringing such mentorship programs. And like we've said, this is the first Women in IP conference for ARIPO membership, member states. So I'm sure such programs will be coming up with time. Yeah. Any more questions? Yes.
My name is Winette Mpaso. I'm from Zimbabwe Intellectual Property Office. Thank you, Tanaka, for the presentation. Just as a follow-up on the question that has been posed by the previous speaker, I would just like to highlight a few things that is the Zimbabwe IP office are doing. We're actually in the planning process of having the mentorship program. I'm happy to announce that we have submitted our expression of interest to WIPO so that we start this program, this mentorship program, and hoping that by the start of the year, next year, 2025, we will have this program kicking off in Zimbabwe. So I'm so happy for this presentation. It's going to push us, because I've noticed that other countries have done it, and I believe it's helping them. So I'm going to push that as soon as we start 2025, we kickstart the mentorship program in Zimbabwe as well. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
My name is Kezile from Zambia. I wanted to know the demography that you covered in terms of the youth participation and what were the areas of specialization, because I know that youth really need this type of mentorship.
Thank you. So this particular case study that we dealt with was mainly for women across the board, without really focusing on the youth. So what they did, like I said, was to approach the national IP offices to find out when I say young, I mean young businesses that needed to benefit from a mentorship program like that. But I'll also say that I mentioned that there's the INTA mentorship program. That one covers for young lawyers and young professionals that are in IP-related fields. So you find that in such a program, you have more young people participating. So I agree with you that the youth could benefit from this, and these are some of the things that the national offices will have to take into consideration when they kickstart their own mentorship programs. Yeah. Any more questions?
Thank you so much for the presentation. And my name is Game Koboy, but I think your recommendation has been working because my country has benefited from the mentorship from WIPO, and we just submitted our second request. Even though it was not specifically for women, it was about SMEs. And maybe we can request I asking WIPO, particularly for women, in the third cohort, but we are benefited as a country. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, I think those are all the questions that were there. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Ms. Tanaka. Just want to mention one of my favorite speakers says sometimes your most significant contribution is not necessarily something you do, but someone you raise. And mentorship gives you the opportunity to do that, exactly that. About 9 years ago, I didn't know what to do with my law degree until one of my mentors told me, marry your passion. In other words, get the thing you are passionate about and have a lifelong relationship with it as though it is marriage. And that set me down a path of intellectual property. I'm working in one of my dream jobs, and I'm glad to state that even our Registrar General as well is a very active mentor for all the youth and the ladies at URSB. She actually started a young leaders program as well as part of the first cohort. And I would not be here if it was not even for that program as well. So I'm glad that we are having these discussions as well. And like you can see, I'm one of those that has been raised in mentorship. So I hope we have all been encouraged to pursue that. Thank you once again, Ms. Tanaka, for that very, very enlightening presentation. So right about now, we are going to get into a panel discussion. And I'm going to invite Ms. Chanda Tembo, who is from the University of Zambia. She is going to be the moderator of this panel discussion, and she'll allow her to introduce each and every one of the panelists, but we are going to be discussing opportunities for women in intellectual property. And just coming off the back of this presentation, with the role of mentorship, I think it has also set the tone as well to just kickstart us into this discussion. So let's welcome Ms. Chanda Tembo, and she'll introduce each and every one of the panelists as well, and we know it will be an enriching discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited. So the responses should be exciting as well. So I think I would like to begin by thanking the organizers from ARIPO, AFRIPI, and the Uganda IP office. I wanted to say I felt welcome, and this has been a very enriching conference. It's been very productive. Personally, one of the things I've struggled with, I teach intellectual property law in the law school at the University of Zambia, is showcasing case studies, African case studies to students. And I am going home with excellent examples, particularly in the field of patents. We are very weak at a continent level, but I'm going home with excellent case studies from patent examples that we had from Lesotho and from, I think it's Uganda and other countries. So thank you very much for that exposure. The session is on opportunities for women, and we will focus, in the field of intellectual property, and we will focus on personal experiences and career paths from very well distinguished and accomplished ladies who are with us. So without further ado, I would like to invite our first panelist, Ms. Mercy Kainabwisho from the Uganda IP office. Then we have Ms. Esther Rije from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. We also have Ms. Viciencia Fuko from the Business Registration and Licensing Agency in Tanzania. And we have Ms. Nancy Mupia from the Business and Intellectual Property Authority in Namibia. And lastly, but not the least, we've got Ms. Raquel Morano de Santos from the University of Sao Tome, Principe. Thank you very much for affording your time to be with us and to share your experiences. So I would like to ask if you could, under a minute, please just share with us who you are and what IP field you are working in under a minute. We could start with Ms. Raquel.
Is that okay now? Good morning, dear partners, panelists, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raquel Moreno. I am from the University of Sao Tome and Principe, and I am a pro-rector. In the name of the University of Sao Tome, I would like to thank ARIPO and AFRIPI and Uganda Registration Service for the invitation to be here and share our little experience regarding IP. We will talk about the opportunity for women in IP, and of course, when I said little experience, it's because we have we are now 10 years from our existence, and this for us is the beginning of something, because of course we've been talking about the brand, but we never thought about how can the university match to help our girls to not only invent but protect. As we know, we as African women, for us it's natural to do things every day, the girls, the women, but the expression of this is so small, it's so small, and we can feel it, and that's why I'm saying that for us, it's a very good opportunity to be here and to learn with you and share our little experience.
Thank you, Raquel. Ms. Nancy.
Good morning. Greetings and gratitude to everyone. My name is Nancy Mupia. I am Namibian, original daughter of the African soil, and I'm a mother of two. I'm here in my capacity as the board member on the Business and Intellectual Property Authority Board of Namibia, responsible for IP policy in the country. So just to give you a snapshot, in 2019, I did my master's in intellectual property through Africa University, and my research was in geographical indications, looking at the export of table grapes from the Orange River in Namibia. And it just so happened that we graduated during COVID, and the following year I was asked to serve as a board member responsible for IP. So that just shows you the opportunities are plenty. Right now, I'm a PhD student. Thank you. Right now, I'm a PhD student, also at Africa University, also in the IP field, and I'm focusing on a complete different field. So what I've decided is I need to go where the future is, and that is the marine industry. So I'm now looking at biostimulants, the whole value chain from seaweed that can be used in the agricultural sector. So in a snapshot, that's where I am, and yeah, that's what we have for IP. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Vincentia Fuko, and I come from Tanzania. I work for Business Registrations and Licensing Agency, which is Tanzania National IP Office, and I'm a legal officer and examiner. Today, actually, for me, it's really a dream coming into reality, and it's a platform where I will share my story. which I think also it relates and resonates with many women, especially in building career in IP. So I have a background in intellectual property law with a specific focus in biotechnology and pharmaceutical patents, but also I have a background in innovation and technology. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Esther Rije from Kenya, and I'm a legal practitioner with 4 years experience, and I am a graduating Masters in Intellectual Property person from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. I'm a very proud ARIPO scholar, and thanks to the ARIPO Academy, I am here today. Thank you so much for the host and AFRIPI for affording us this opportunity. I am now venturing into the trademarks and copyright area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Kainabusha.
Thank you, moderator, Ms. Chanda Tembo. The name sounds Ugandan. Yes, good morning, colleagues. Excuse me. The S is too tough for me. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mercy Kinobisho, and I'm an intellectual property law expert. I started practicing intellectual property in October 2004 till now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I accept the offer for citizenship. Right. I think we can kickstart and go into it. We have an excellent panel with different levels of experience, so I think this should be very enriching for everybody. So I would like to start with Ms. Kainabusho. Could you please just share with us what your journey into the field of intellectual property has been? How did you get to where you are? And this is a question I'm asking to all the panelists.
My journey of intellectual property begins right when I completed my law school. Of course, I interacted with intellectual property in law school, but because it was coinciding with another subject that was more attractive, banking law and so on, because banking sometimes makes you feel that you're going to earn a lot of money. So it's something that I would attend, but I wasn't examined for it. And so after my postgraduate, I was picked on for a job in one of the leading law firms. Then it's still one of the leading law firms. And the job that was available was to do with intellectual property. But of course, I'd studied it also in my postgraduate at the Law Development Center. So indeed, I went straight to the intellectual property and company unit, business law unit. I started out as a legal associate, and by the time I left, I was a superstar. And that's when I joined the Ministry of Justice as a state attorney, and I was given an opportunity, a real opportunity by the then Solicitor General. He asked which department I'd like to be posted in the government of Uganda. And I said, I'm an intellectual property lawyer and a business lawyer, whichever department that is relevant. And I was posted in the Registrar General's department then, which is now URSB. It was a department under the Ministry of Justice. And I did everything from companies, as a registrar of companies, registrar of utility models, registrar of I became a registrar of everything. So this file is for trademarks, we've examined, stamped. The next file is for companies. The next file is for patents. So we are registrars of everything. And I speak also for the current DG of ARIPO. He was a registrar of everything. But he was much more senior, like 30 years ahead. But I'm kidding. That's a joke. So, I continue to practice intellectual property as a registrar, as an assistant registrar. Actually, the law requires, the only registrar is the Registrar General. The only registrar, the registrar under the law. But the Registrar General delegates others to act on their behalf, and the assistant registrars. So we are not registrars, we are assistant registrars. And through that journey, I became a manager when we became autonomous in 2011 as Uganda Registration Services Bureau. I became a manager of intellectual property. And before I knew it, I was being promoted to a director of business registration, being shifted. That shift was so hard, it was the hardest, because I was in love, like my brother, my son Mark mentioned. You're passionate about a subject, and then you're pushed into company law. But because I was already a registrar of everything, I had to obey my leaders. But that is a decision that changed my life, that as a leader and as a person, you can, yes, be pushed somewhere and also grow. You can grow in any space. So I became a director of business registration. And after some time, I was again brought in as a director in charge of intellectual property. And as I was serving and enjoying intellectual property again, my passion, my first love in terms of profession, I got the opportunity to be the Registrar General. So through that journey, I've served on several committees of intellectual property at an ARIPO regional level, at an international level. I'm a vice chair of many committees at the World Intellectual Property Organization, and I've mentored many people in IP. And so that marks my journey, but I also want to take this opportunity to thank God for the people that gave me that opportunity. And one of them is the DG of ARIPO. He would see the opportunities, he would see the value in the staff and build that, and the potential that was optimally utilized in that respect. So I still call myself, even when I'm the Registrar General, because Registrar General means we handle companies, we handle insolvency, we handle marriages, we handle intellectual property, we handle collateral registries, we handle almost everything apart from land documents. So many registers that we hold, about 34 of them. But at the end of the day, I tell people, yes, I'm here for a certain period, but I'm still an IP enthusiast. So I have to work. I still have to read the laws. I still have to be up to date with intellectual property, because that's my retirement as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Esther?
I'd consider myself the newest entrant into this team. Meanwhile, how I got into this is quite interesting whenever I have to tell someone why I had to venture into IP. Prior to that, as I'd mentioned earlier, I was a legal practitioner, and still I am. So immersed into conveyancing, insurance matters, family law matters. But this particular time, this lady, Wanjeri, she walks into the office and she narrates that she's just graduated from the University of Nairobi, and a team of 5. She, the only lady with 4 other guys. So being software developers, they come up with an app. And then first moving forward, they have someone who is very interested in the app. But later on, she got kicked out in terms of during the transaction. And so she comes to the office to try and see how she could seek redress. At least gain from her contribution to coming up with the app. But I'm here, immersed into conveyancing. Like, I interacted with IP in campus, yes, but on an abstract level, not on a practical level. So I do not have the skills required or the knowledge, the sufficient knowledge to assist her at this point. And this was a wake-up call for me. And it got me thinking. I felt like I wasn't actually giving the impact that I needed to give in the legal field. And at this time, I wasn't able to assist her. And that really got into me. So this day, I looking at my phone, and I'm on LinkedIn. And then I get the WIPO websites. I got so interested, and I'm like, this is actually what I need to learn and assist the likes of Wanjeri. And then I started doing the DL courses. I started with the Primer 1001. And then as I kept checking on the WIPO stuff, it appears that the LinkedIn algorithm picked, and I also got to see ARIPO advertising. And then I saw this, that they're advertising for intellectual property in Ghana. And I applied, and luckily I got selected, and I studied IP in Ghana, and I'm so happy to be the second woman from Kenya to get the opportunity. And I am so thankful for ARIPO for giving me this chance. And this is how I got into IP. And now I'm well equipped to assist the likes of Wanjeri and many other people who haven't leveraged on intellectual property. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. An interesting journey. And I'm particularly impressed that you chose to leave your country to go to another country. And young ladies need to be encouraged to be that courageous and take up new challenges like that. So thank you very much for sharing.
Okay, so I'm also an African Union AFCFTA award-winning storyteller. So I curated stories of women who are doing cross-border trade. So you'll bear with me because I have a lot of stories to tell. So how I got into IP, I don't know, for those who are coming from Tanzania or from neighboring countries, perhaps you've heard of Bongo Star Search. It used to be like a talent searching for music in Tanzania. So when I was in undergraduate school, I mean back in the days at the University of Dar es Salaam, so my sister was actually the brain behind that project. Unfortunately, she shared it with a friend who actually betrayed her, and the rest is history. But that's how actually I got into IP, and I felt like if I'm a lawyer and I don't know how to support my people on intellectual property, then perhaps my background or my law is not very valuable. So that's how I journeyed into IP. But what I want to share actually, I stated in the beginning that this is the dream coming into reality. Over 10 years ago, I did a master program in intellectual property law at Stockholm University in Sweden. And during the specialization, I said I want to do patents. But my professor then, Marianne Levine, was like, Vincentia, when you go back to Tanzania, you'll have no job, because the level of technology there is still very low. So why don't you venture into copyright or trademarks? And I was like, we have a lot of experts in Tanzania, and I mean in copyright and trademarks. So I wanted to venture in something different. You know, like, I don't know, some of us, we like challenges, and I just wanted to venture on something that was new and a bit challenging. And so I said, I want to venture on this. There were two other ladies from Africa, so we're only 3 people from Africa. And the 2 ladies were from Ethiopia. And I told them, guys, we really need to specialize on patents, especially biotechnology and pharmaceuticals, because our continent needs us. Because I was thinking, you know, it was around that time where the TRIPS agreement were in, and, you know, all these discussions about intellectual property. And I felt like, if my government goes to the meetings in WTO or WIPO, will they not have a voice to contribute simply because they don't have experts? Like, I want to be at the center of that and support my country. So I actually encouraged my friends, and we really decided to specialize on patents. And it was very interesting, I think, specializing on patents, and especially the biotechnology and the pharmaceutical patents. And when we went back home, so my friends got jobs in, I don't know, research institutions in Ethiopia and stuff, and I didn't have a job. There was nothing for me. And so I sat at my little corner, so like, oh, maybe I should venture into something else. So I went into development, and the voice of my professor, Marianne, was like really echoing, and I felt lost. So I decided to do development, but because I had this passion in intellectual property, I actually decided to do access to information to support journalists to communicate science, to communicate intellectual property. And at one time, my boss then got connected with the Tanzanian Commission for Science and Technology because they wanted to promote genetic engineering in the community, but they had no a person with that kind of background who could reach out to journalists. So they came to us. So when I was introduced to the Director General, and I said, by the way, this is the area of, this is like my passion. I asked him, so she said, what do you mean? And it's like, I have a background in patents, and specifically on pharmaceutical and biotechnology, and that project was actually about biotechnology and genetic engineering. And he said, you are lying. I said, no. He told me, I've asked the Attorney General to get me a lawyer who has specialized on this. And he hasn't come back with a name. And now you're telling me you have a background on this. You are lying. So like, no, I'm not lying. And he's like, where did you go to school? And it's like Stockholm University. And Sweden is like really, really advanced when it comes to biotechnology and pharmaceutical patents. And he said, you come on board. And actually, that's how I got, I started with the COSTECH as a research officer in charge of intellectual property rights and biotechnology. And so fast forward, I moved then into the space of IP, but then because the challenge for me was the access to information. I was in my little corner, knowing there was nothing for me. There was no opportunity for me. But in reality, there were enormous opportunities. But there was this connection between the opportunity and me. And that was a gap. There was no access to information. So that for me was a challenge. How do I get in people, and especially women, in tapping into these opportunities? So as I mentor other people into intellectual property, one of them is to making sure that they have access to information, to opportunities, and that's why I'm so glad to be in this panel today. Thank you.
Thank you, Viciencia. It sounds like your journey had some divine intervention there. Thank you. So Nancy?
Okay. 2002, I worked for e-commerce company that was based in Cape Town. So I had to run the Namibian branch. It didn't work out. We were too early for e-commerce. So I got retrenched. And there and then I decided that I'm never going to work for anyone again. So also by divine intervention, I got a tender with the government. So I'm one of the first entrepreneurs, and I was designing road signs for the government of Namibia. And I did that for about 8 years. Then 2010, decided to get married. I packed my bags and I left for Zimbabwe. I was in Zimbabwe. Of course, I'm now a mother, I'm at home, but I always had the entrepreneurial spirit in me. So I said, okay, let me do something. What is it that I can do? Let me trade between the two countries, Namibia and Zimbabwe. What does Namibia have that Zimbabweans want? What does Zimbabweans have that Namibians want? So I picked two products. Namibia can supply fish, horse mackerel. Zimbabwe can supply peanut butter and bananas. So I worked out my model and everything, and then spoke to my people in Namibia, ready to give me the fish, went through all, like all the hoops that you gotta do, and then on the Zimbabwean side, got into the village, Mondoro village, got some ladies there, and they were gonna supply me with the peanut butter. Now, how do I market my product on the Namibian shelves? I need to dress it up. So I got the designers in, and we decided, okay, we're gonna have two products, one for the higher end, one for the lower end. So I need branding for this product. And That's when I then learned about trademarks, that I need to really jazz up this product in order for it to stand out. And then I delved deep into the psychology of colors, the writing, and all of that. And while I was studying that, I then just veered off into like the IP right, which is trademark. And I started reading up on it and everything. And I got so interested that I decided to enroll for the general course that was with the WIPO Academy. So while I was doing that, ARIPO had an advert for a master's in IP. And that is how I got into the IP space. And I stayed in Zimbabwe. Business, of course, didn't work out. The guys on the Namibian side couldn't supply the volumes of the fish and all of that. Had the peanut butter, shipped it over. It was too expensive because the truck would always come back empty. Did not make sense. I had to close this thing down. So during COVID, so I did my master's in IP in Mutare with Africa University in 2019. 2020, I went back home, did my research, and completed the degree. And a year later, I got a call, and they said, and one of the parliamentarians said, "We know that you've studied IP. We need someone on the IP board, because the lady that was serving on the board, she's not willing to serve anymore. Are you willing to serve the country?" Of course, I couldn't say no. And that's how I got onto the IP board. Very challenging, not a lot of support in that space. You have to read wide because you have to advise on policies and regulations across all the IP rights. I mean, my specialization was in GI and collective trademarks, but I had to read up on copyright, on industrial designs, on animal breeders, plant varieties, all of that, because, so that is also why I've then decided to say, look, I need to do a PhD, especially, but it needs to be futuristic. What do we have in Namibia? Our biggest sectors are agriculture, I think the biggest is mining, yeah, followed by manufacturing, and then agriculture. And then agriculture, we then separated into marine, which is the blue economy, and then the crop and everything else that in the environment, which is the green economy. So I said, let me try and do a research that marries those two. And that's why I'm looking at biostimulants, especially for the agricultural sector, but which is coming from the sea, from the ocean. Yeah. So on the issue of mentoring.
Let's deal
Okay.
with we'll
All
deal
right,
with that
thanks.
later. Thank you. But it's really interesting because I think usually when you think of a career path in IP, it appears to be homogeneous. Like everybody has gone through one type of path, but you can see from the panel that the journey has been very different, which should encourage others. So thank you, Nancy, for sharing. Yes, please, Raquel.
Well, such a beautiful stories. I have to confess that I was prepared to talk only about the university, but maybe it's important to talk about me just a little bit. I grew up in Portugal, and I lived there for almost 30 years. and I did my degree and my master in psychology. And when I started working at the hospital, I realized that for us, coming from Africa, we didn't have a proper evaluation, psychological evaluation. So when black people respond to answers, they were responding things. We say it in Portuguese. Like if the answer is here, they were doing something here near the answer, not. And we are evaluating it like as black people don't know the answer, but they knew the answer, but not related. Change the question, they will they will respond it well, and it started to made me feel a bit worried about the way that we in Europe were seeing the intelligence of black people. And I thought that I needed to create something to evaluate better the black people. And after that, I thought that maybe it would be better to go to Africa, because 30 years of Europe make you feel and think as European. And I went to Sao Tome in 2019, and near the beginning of COVID, and in 1 week I wrote a program to help Santominian people from Sao Tome facing the COVID. I was thinking that in that island, with the panic of the pandemic, maybe the most problem was thinking how we are going to survive. The question was that, the question, and if we survive, how our head would be after COVID. So we did SOS, mental health, with psychological girls, women. Of course, we had in our team 1 or 2 men, but the majority was women. Because of that, the University of Sao Tome invited me to coordinate a psychological course, and we started like this with all the professors. We used to talk about the future of our girls that wanted to create projects to African people, and how could we as professors and women can help them. And actually now that we are a part of a rectorial team, the director is a woman. The majority of the pro-rectors are girls too, women too. And because we used to talk about girls and in the market, for example, their jobs, now with ARIPO, everything is matched to help us as a university to help our girls, because we didn't know, we didn't have the clear idea that we can protect the brands, and now it's clear. So I didn't want to talk that much, but it's a new experience for the university, and we hope that everything can goes well for us there.
So just to be clear, what was your journey into intellectual property?
Yes.
If you could just make that connection clear.
Yes. We started last year with ARIPO, with a conference, and the theme of the conference was fostering creativity and innovation for economic
growth and development in Africa. It was our first contact with her, so yeah.
Thank you. And I think you raise interesting points related to decolonization, complete decolonization of, and how that would relate perhaps in the field of intellectual property and intellectual property spaces. So very interesting. Thank you for sharing. If I could just state my own journey, I studied intellectual property by accident. I went to do my master's, and my plan was to do international investment law. And when registering, I was told that the program had been filled up, and there was only human rights and intellectual property. And I said, everybody I know has done human rights. Let me try this new animal I have never heard of. And I can tell you I've never looked back ever since. So I think we can go into the next set of discussion. You've told us how you've entered the IP field, your journey. If you could please, starting with Ms. Kaina Busho, just very briefly, what challenges you've experienced? Were there any glass ceilings you've had to break? How did you break those glass ceilings? Thank you.
Interesting questions. Thank you very much to my fellow panelists for sharing your IP journey. The breaking the glass ceilings basically implies how we have made it this far. Sometimes you don't need to break anything to get to where you have to get. Some journeys are smooth, some journeys are flat, some journeys have humps, some journeys require a lot of energy, a lot of connections, a lot of intentionality. And so for me to get to this IP space and has taken different models and different approaches. And throughout that journey of, first of all, self-preparation, I have always been prepared for anything. It's like Girl Guides. I used to associate with Girl Guides a lot in my primary school. And they say, be prepared, zim zim bombo. That was the tagline. And it taught us to prepare yourself anytime. I've always positioned myself and prepared myself. And so, but even when you prepare, it's one thing to prepare, to have the mindset, to have the right attitude, to have the connections, but it's another to position yourself. Positioning is the other model that I have used. I have come out to help, and positioning in a way that I don't stand on the door for you to see me. No, I'll do something that is 100%, if not 90% perfect, that will not miss me. If it is helping out with drafting a document, if it is helping out with handling a file, taking out a decision out there, reading a law, doing a course, that is part of the positioning. The other has been connecting with the people that have been there. We've had this morning at the Uganda Law Society, there's an annual Law Society conference that is taking place, and this morning the panel was discussing the Gen Z, the Generation Z, and how they're using social media. And whereas we appreciate the opinions of everybody because it's the best way, internet is the best weapon they can use in this day and age, but we are saying, why can't you take the boundaries? You don't, if you're attacking a leader or asking for accountability, you don't start also publishing my spouse's picture, my family, my property, my car, my residence. It's not necessary. My family shouldn't be brought in this space. And so these are things that we're talking about. So going back to the IP journey, you use all kinds of platforms, whether social media, to promote the IP. you know, the work you know. And that's the third point, promotion. And so we have to use the skills that we know, or the people that know, to get to where we are. How many people are in these spaces? And doesn't have to be IP, and doesn't have to be academic, by the way. You don't even have a master's in IP, no. IP experts are not people with masters in IP. Not at all. And we have to change that narrative. And so you position with, because IP relates with many things, and like I mentioned, yes, I'm an IP expert, but now at another level. I may have all the sections, all the laws, all the policies, registration expertise, but I'm at another level of leadership as a leader. I look at IP mentorship, like my colleague Tanaka was presenting this morning. And so how have we mentored? But before you become a mentor, you have to mentor, you have to be mentored. So we look up to the people that have broken those ceilings and associate with them, align with them, network with them, learn from them, and not despise them. And this is where we have that divide of the Gen Z and the millennials and so on, and maybe the Generation X that is following, that they do not want to listen and hear from the people that have been there. If somebody has walked a journey from here to another space, it is safer for you to ask them how the journey was, what they encountered, what challenges they met, and they will tell you the opportunities that they missed as they address their journey, how they got to that space. They will tell you the opportunities they missed. And so you pick out those opportunities and be better. But sometimes we want to feel that nobody can add value. We want to feel that I'm the only knowledgeable person or the best person in this room, and you want to declare the other brains are useless. And so we have to connect because every person has a lot to add, a lot of value to bring on. So we cannot break those glass ceilings if we do not position ourselves, if we do not promote, if we do not expand, if we do not network with the people that have been there, but also have that mentorship that we need, and use every opportunity to give our best. One thing that I've always challenged the people, the communities around me is, yes, sometimes we say there are no opportunities. Sometimes we blame everybody around us apart from ourselves. But I always ask, what have you done with that oil that you have in your hand, with that rod that you have in your hands? Have you used it? What have you done? You have not even utilized 20% of your energies to do what you have, but you're looking at your neighbors. You've seen even people who have food, but they're eating on other people's food or blaming others. So we need to utilize all these opportunities, and we can only break those glass ceilings if we learn from the best, but also position ourselves to be taught and to learn more and do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. I was taken by the word positioning. Could you just give us an example of a situation where you positioned yourself?
Yes. As a young professional, when I was given the opportunity to work in a law firm, very young, energetic, and very intentional. I went into this law firm, and one of the duties that I was given was to be a secretary, to do more of clerical work, take this document to Registrar General's office. Actually, some of the people, the clerks that were working there, I thought they were lawyers, and I would address them as counsel, because they had a lot of power. So, and those who have worked with lawyers, sometimes you have that ego. And you feel, I finished law school to take a document, to do clerical work, to run papers around between offices. So I made sure that I was humble enough to take assignments from my leaders. But also the other positioning is honor. People do not know that honor is magical. Be humble. Because sometimes we've seen young people saying they're earning 300,000, that's about $90 or $100 as salary, as an allowance. We earn that. Maybe sometimes we want to compete with somebody who has been in the field for 100 years. That today I get into a job, I want to earn the same, I want to drive the same car as my boss. So the humility to go through the process organically and do the assignments as long as they are within the law, not the other assignments which are, exploiting. So as long as you are, you do the right, you take on instructions. You can't say that I can't take on instructions from your leader. That's part of mentorship. That's part of training. If they tell you to write, there's another positioning approach that I would do. Whenever they say, who is willing to do this? I'll be the first person to volunteer. Even if actually you said something now, I'll be the first person to volunteer. Somehow you don't know how you're going to do it, but you have already given yourself and you learn. So I learned on the job. So when I joined URSB, by the time I joined the Ministry of Justice and URSB, that was the mode that every file that my leaders wanted to hand, I would offer myself, let me handle that case, let me hear this case, let me write that later. And the other positioning is seeking knowledge ahead. Learn what is trending. Do a course. I've always challenged people. If you got into a space where you are not that, you are using the knowledge of maybe 1990, try to upgrade that knowledge to the current knowledge. There are so many schools online, so many YouTube channels, so many podcasts that you can learn from. And this brings me also to leadership, that we find ourselves in leadership positions. We are human beings, we have our challenges, but how do you make the best out of you? So you fall into this leadership position, do a leadership course, learn how they handle people, learn how they handle management, learn how they communicate, learn how to be patient. Leadership can be so annoying that you can end up boxing somebody. You've seen leaders who have boxed each other. You've seen parliamentarians who have gone native. So you have to see how to control yourself. Positioning has different dimensions. Position yourself career-wise, academically to get the knowledge that is required, but also ally with those people that have been successful and offer to help. But as you offer to help, respect your leaders, honor them. You have nothing to lose, because it's a given rule. Humble yourself to the extent that you are teachable. You're teachable because you have not been there. And maybe very lastly, and why I always mentor young people, do not think that you're too clever, even when you have a PhD at 20 or 30 years. 30 years, you're too old. For those who are, yes, 25 years or something. A person who is 50 or 45 years, I may not even have the PhD and qualification you have, has that experience, experiential, has that experience that you don't have. So let us respect one another. Let's learn to associate with people. Let's learn to position ourselves. Let's learn to be assignable and teachable, but also let's, as I conclude, let's appreciate the fact that learning is on a daily. I don't know how much learning we have done in the last 3 days. There's a lot of learning every day. And it's no wonder the Bible says, my people are perishing because of lack of knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General. I was about to raise an objection when you said 30 years is too old. I was like, objection. Right, no, thank you. But I think that you've really given us very good examples, particularly on the issue of positioning, ability to update your credentials and willingness to learn. That's been very good. Thank you. Esther, the question is, how did you break any glass ceilings, if you had any?
Okay, so on my end, the greatest challenge that I see and I resonate well with is on information gap. The opportunities are there, but you don't just know where to get them or how to get them. So I think it's important to share information in various spaces that we are in various capacity that we are in. It took me LinkedIn. I had to get to know that ARIPO was advertising through LinkedIn. Nobody told me that. I had to leverage on the digital tools. So, and also we know that there are women who are not able to access such tools, and therefore we should continue sharing such information. Yeah.
Thank you, Esther. Yes. Thank you. You know, when you're in a panel of such, powerhouse, I feel so honored and humbled actually to be with all of you here. So for me, the challenges, one of them would be, I was an elephant in the room, especially in the company of lawyers. I mean, like IP. What are you talking about? Biotechnology, pharmaceutical. This is not, it's not African thing. It's not a Tanzanian thing. So I felt really lonely in the company of lawyers. But then I found refuge in the company of scientists. So working with the then Commission for Science and Technology, I was in a pack of scientists and working as a research officer, intellectual property rights and biotechnology. It was like really a plus, and I got supported, mentors, the director general then, and my immediate supervisor, Dr. Flora Tibazara, were like really holding my hand. And as Marcy just said, I positioned myself to swim with the scientists to the extent that when attending, I remember at one time I attended a course at the University of Cape Town. We were doing genetic engineering, like extracting genes from plants, etc. It was like, the science stuff. And I felt really good to be in that pack. But then another challenge is about battling fear. It's an area which is very, very interesting, but it also, it advances so fast. And for me, when I look back, like the years back when I did my master program, a lot of things have changed. So how do I position myself then now in the market, but in supporting who are coming up, but also in enlightening myself. And last year, I did a program. This is also part of me battling fear and also going with the trend on innovation and technology with the University of Edinburgh. But then my interest was actually in one area, which was actually learning about contemporary legal challenges in addressing contemporary issues in intellectual property. The issues of who is an inventor now at this age, it's not like the definition years back. The issue of ownership, the issue of commissioned work and stuff. So a lot has changed in the space, and I think I could like really talk a lot about the challenges, but I think these are some of the issues that I've mastered, but also I continue learning, and now I'm actually really in good hands of like my immediate director, the director of industrial property, Ms. Loi Muhando. I think maybe some or most of you know her. She is really a mentor, and I've seen myself growing through the day because of her support. Thank you.
Viciencia, you raised, I think, an important point regarding battling fear. I would like you to maybe just talk on that issue a little bit deeper, because I think for women, some fears are infused culturally. And a lot of what, barriers we need to break are how you break those fears. So if you could just speak on that a little bit more.
Sure. So first of all, law in African setting, of course, I think even globally, is a male dominated space. And when you introduce intellectual property, it's actually even worse. And when you go into patents, because a lot of lawyers, at least in Tanzania, doesn't even know how to, say, draft a patent document. It's a skill that you need to learn and equip yourself. So when you're a woman, I think it's also like, how do I how do I position myself in the IP space where it's like really male dominated? But then another issue of breaking fear is like, am I good enough? You know, do I have a lot to offer? You know, do I really fit in this setup? You know, the issues of legal environment, is it, you know, so there's a lot of dynamics there to kind of navigate. But if you are in a company of like a support system, it's easy to do that. And I also see when I train, say, women on intellectual property, they really pick interest if they understand what is intellectual property, what value does it add to them. So for instance, a person's like, you know what, if I have my products, you know, I'm comfortable selling, I don't need maybe a trademark, I don't need this, but how do you get them to get out of that fear? Now we have the AFCFTA, you know, the market, but then everyone is getting to that market, whether you are an SME, whether you are, you know, a big company, but how do you stand out? And me coming from the National IP Office, I think always I'm challenged to how do I support? You know, how do I really make value to these women, you know, to be able to showcase their products, their, you know, all this. So there are a lot of this fear going around, but then having a platform such as this is part of the support mechanism that I think I've been talking about.
Thank you very much. Nancy?
I can't really say that I had to break any glass ceilings because there were no ceilings to break. But what I can say is I had great support from the men in the IP sector. So we need the men as well, you know, to support us. From people like Mr. Saki, he, you know, you can call him and he'll give you the background, and, you know, you don't have to read through everything. He'll just tell it to you, you know, like in a paragraph or two. And then on the WIPO side, when I was working on the GI, people like Matteo Granani. So really, I can't sit here and say that I've had challenges, but I'm not a person that is afraid of challenges. I'm always of the view, knock, and the door will be open, ask, and you shall be given. And if I knock and the door's not open, then I knock on another door. And that's how I keep moving. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think that's another strategy for battling fear itself. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for raising the important points that men are allies and should be seen as allies in the field. Thank you very much. Yes, Raquel.
I think that for the university, the field that our girls was doing so many things. We have, I was remembering about a lady who's doing vinegar from bananas and coconut oil without using industrial chemicals process. Made us think that it is important to learn, we as a university, and teach the girls and men too, how to protect their brains and how to help actually the university and the country develop better. So of course the university always think about producing knowledge and promote innovation and entrepreneurship, but we feel still that we need some guidance and needed to help to guide our academic community in terms of appropriation and of their rights and act properly to protect their inventions. And we are, of course, since last year, counting with Senapic and ARIPO and WIPO and project, which is now helping us better. Yeah.
Is intellectual property taught at your university as a subject? Intellectual property, is it taught as a subject at
Yes.
your university? Okay.
Yes,
Alright.
it is.
Thank you. So I have had I have had a passion. I teach intellectual property law in the law school, but I've always thought that we need to expand the education of IP beyond law schools, because the people who are creating and innovating are outside, or at least the majority are outside the law schools. And I've been on a project with WIPO, IP for Youth, where you're teaching young people from as young as nursery school. But what we are doing is teaching teachers how to teach intellectual property, not as intellectual property, but as innovation and creativity. But one of the challenges we've had is convincing schools to allow their teachers to learn how to teach, because they simply can't understand or relate how you can teach intellectual property to young people. And sometimes it just takes teaching young people to always remember to indicate their name when they, if it's a drawing in nursery school, they must indicate their name on their drawing. Because if somebody else wants to refer to your drawing, this would be where they're acknowledging, they would refer to your name. And as you build on those layers, you get to a point where you're teaching referencing, why referencing is important, the key issue in moral rights for copyright, for instance. But that's been a challenge, but I think we are gaining in terms of getting more schools involved with this program. So I think, I'm looking at Mark in terms of time. Maybe we can have one more line of questioning before we close. This issue of mentorship, Mark did mention, Director General, that you have a young leaders program. So perhaps for you, if you could just give us some indication of what that program is about and how it was initiated. And for the other panelists, if you could speak to mentorship from the context of how you were mentored, if you were mentored, and are you mentoring any others to enter the field? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chanda, and thank you, my colleagues, for the wonderful points. Yes, indeed, mentorship should be overemphasized, because all of us have thrived on mentorship, whether direct or indirect, starting in our homes. I don't think anyone was raised, just grew up in a forest. But I think even if you found yourself in a forest, there's a way animals can model you to behave the same way they do. So we grew up in families, in homes, and in these homes there are rules. There are rules, there are standard operating procedures under which we were raised. There were things related to curfews, the things that were how you should sit, how you should talk, how you should, accountability, how you should work, the house yours and all that. That's part of mentorship. So mentorship starts in our own homes. And so when you come to the space of work, I don't know why people think that it shouldn't work, because we all thrive on mentorship. And there's a book I read many years ago, Never Eat Alone, by Keith Ferranzi. Never Eat Alone. I read it like, I think 14 years ago. It's one of the books that brings out the message that you cannot make it on your own. And when you make it to the top, do not forget the people, the things that made you. And so you should also be in position to hold somebody. I know many of you have supported people indirectly or directly. So when it comes to the workplace, because many of us have been mentored indirectly or even through tough assignments, through accountability. Some of you think that mentorship is just bringing you to the boardroom or here and talking to you, but can be giving you an assignment and asking you and guiding you or correcting you on how it should be done. Sometimes it gets tough. Sometimes you may think that this leader is being tough on me when they are mentoring you. And one of our toughest mentor is the former Registrar General, the DG, who had that tough love. He would see you and say, no, you have potential to perform at 100%. Why are you giving 20%? And you got the gold out of us. So how are we mentoring people for greatness to be better? So we set up a program at Uganda Registration Services Bureau for young leaders, because the average age at our workplace is 31 years. 31 years, that's the average age. So we are young people, we are a young community. But nationally, we are also a young country, because half of our population is below 17 years. About 23 million Ugandans are below 17 years, and this is the latest census. But also globally, Uganda has been rated as to have the second youngest population in the world. We are yet to see the latest census alignment has rated us. We may be the first or the third or keep the second. So when you have young people in a space, you know how their behaviors are. They do not concentrate on work from 8 to 5 like the senior people. They want to work for a few hours, chat, connect, go and do other things. So how do you model them? How do you get them on course? So that's the background with which we started that mentorship course. It was initially for 35 years and above, and because we want to accommodate a bit of component from 30 to 35. So what we do is that we put up a curriculum, a very heavy curriculum. We get mentors from senior management. We attach these young people, and we take them through different topics every week. And we also get a period where we meet together and compare notes. We give them assignments to be their best. We give them leadership tips, management tips, people handling skills, communication tips. And I must say that those that have gone through that training, and we give them certificates at the end of the day, we must say that those that have gone through that training are thriving, are growing, are getting promoted, not because they are better. They are better. And so we need to promote mentorship within our workspaces, attach people who can mentor, let us guide people, but also it is within, in our workspaces, all the workspaces that we are in, we have, of course, also human resource manuals that guide us. We have rules and protocols. We have policies that we go by. We have standards that we have to meet. But also we can use the mentorship platforms to go beyond the normal routine by getting better young people. But it's not only about young people, even old people can be mentored, because even at 8 years you can learn. Learning is never ending. Learning is for everybody. And so we can connect and see how we can mentor ourselves, learn from ourselves within the institution, but also outside the institution. Through that, we have made a lot of progress. But I also wanted to just pick 1 minute to expand it beyond the URSB mentorship classes or endeavors. I would like to recognize a big person, an influencer in this country, Miss Anne Kansime. Please, I'm happy that you have come. Please stand up. Anne, please take on, just through you. You can come to the front. Anne is, every time we are in Zimbabwe, Zambia, in Africa, Uganda, Anne Kansime. So Anne has sold beyond the narrative of Idi Amin and the politics. No, as in, people used to know Uganda, Idi Amin, or politics, but beyond politics. Anne Kansime, as a woman, she's the biggest female influencer in terms of comedy and entertainment. I'm happy to see you. And thanks for responding to our invite. Please, 1 minute, you greet these people, your celebrity. Thank you.
You see, that's the thing. Already what you have said, when someone accuses you of such greatness, you allow. Like, even if you added thief in what you have said, I would allow. Because you've said so many amazing things. I am so glad to be here. Already just being here, I've realized I've missed out so much. I've been busy the past 2 days, but my manager, Tanya, threatened me. She said, you're making me look like I don't know what I'm talking about. I told these guys I'm your manager and they were looking at me like, manager of who? Show up at least for 2 minutes. You're making me look bad. So I'm so glad I am in this room. I wish I was here a little bit earlier. I would know what to share at this point. But when it comes to intellectual property, I can say I am a very major fluke. I happen to be lucky to own all, if not most of the work that I do, and it's a fluke. I can't tell you the proper formula, but someone just gave me information free of charge because they didn't like someone else who was trying to take advantage of me. So I was really blessed, and I landed on ways of protecting my work. And the rest is history. I continue to make a fool of myself for everyone's pleasure.
Thank you very much. And I mean, hosting Anne costs millions, but here she comes for free, and she's an example of, hey, I know people will take selfies later and all those things. So over to you, moderator. And I hope you're still around. The ladies would like to take pictures with you. Thank you very much. So when it comes to mentorship, when we see young people like Anne Kansime excelling, because she started way back, we celebrate. We celebrate to see such women, our girls in IP excelling. Thank you.
And I will go home and boast I hugged Anne Kansime. And people won't believe me, I'm sure. They'll be saying, 2 minutes.
Okay. Stemming from Ms. Tanaka's presentation in the morning, it's clear that mentorship is key in this IP journey. I have been mentored by success stories of women who have, of course, succeeded. An example is Angela, who is amidst us. She doesn't know about that. And also there's the Director of Intellectual Property Management, Mrs. Kinoti from the University of Nairobi, and the likes of my lecturers, Ms. Sarah Anku and Eunice Adubwahen, who have been guiding me through this journey. And I'm happy to also hear, she mentioned Dr. Saki, who has also been very instrumental in this journey. So I encourage young women like myself that when thinking of mentorship, first think of what you want to do. IP is broad, so you have to decide which one. Is it trademark? Is it plant varieties? And then now try and look for that person who is doing exactly what you want to do, and then you align yourself with them, share your goals, and I'm sure they'll be able to hold your hand, boost your confidence, and above all, ensure that you thrive in this space, which actually you cannot move alone. We cannot work in silos. You need someone to hold your hand and show you the way it is. And I'm here, and I'm on this journey to, impart my knowledge and to ride on successful women like Mercy here and Nancy. Yes, I'm so much happy to be here and to be associated with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Esther. And please hold other young girls' hands as well on your journey.
Yeah. I haven't mentioned that I also volunteer in one of the universities in Kenya now, where I teach IP and its importance. Yes, so that is part of what I do, and also give free advice, pro bono advice to women in SMEs, small SMEs, those that have startups upcoming on importance of IP. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So, Viciencia, 2 minutes.
Thank you. And I think I've been supported with like our current registrar, Godfrey Nyaisa. He is so much into intellectual property. you know, like you mentioned intellectual property and you get all the support you need. And I think personally I've been really guided through his support. As well as Ms. Loim Hando, and I think I need to mention also Dr. Flora Tibazara. She used to be, like, she is still my mentor. I remember when I got a scholarship to go to Edinburgh, I said, like, but I've just started with Umbrella. Do you think I'll get the, you know, the opportunity to travel? And she said, you have to go. And there are general rules, and you are an exception. Go to your office and show them the value. And when I approached Mr. Nyaisa, he said, we really need this kind of capacity, so you have to go. So I think if we get this kind of mentorship and support, we will thrive. But quickly, what I do in my capacity as part of the National Intellectual Property Office, so we have from the lower level capacity building to secondary schools, we have IP clubs. We've also established IP desks in universities, but also we have master programs, one in law and one in general, Master of Intellectual Property. Maureen mentioned about it a few days ago. We are also setting up East African Hub, Center of Excellence, ARIPO Center of Excellence in Intellectual Property, and we are having training of trainers in November, and I think some of you are attending the conference in Dar es Salaam in November. So this is also part of mentorship and support. Also from the leadership side, we've mentored judges. We've also, we also have our IP officers that the leaders, for instance, Copyright Society of Tanzania and Copyright Society of Zanzibar, they are led by women. So what does it translate? It means now when you have women in the judiciary, you have a different perspective now coming in when it comes to access to justice. But then when you have women such as Loim Hando as the Director of Intellectual Property, it means you have role models, you have mentors, you have people to look up to. And then we also have support when it comes to SMEs. We do like intellectual property management clinics, which we are doing with in collaboration with WIPO. But we also have other programs where we train and we support in support or in the company of private sector, supporting women across Tanzania. As I mentioned yesterday, since February last year to June this year, we've mentored and supported 1,200 women on intellectual property. And last but not least, we are also giving platform and visibility to women. We've set up National Intellectual Property Awards, which is going to take part in November this year. And we have category for women. But also the issue of consultancies, like you can also be part of consultancies in the programs that we are doing in Tanzania. Like the IP clinic, for instance, we have some ladies from Kenya as part of the experts and mentors in this program. And also AFCON is coming, and it's another opportunity. AFCON, for those who do not know, African Cup of Nations. And what are the IP opportunities for women, you know, when it comes to branding, when it comes to copyright, and etc. So it's another opportunity, and we are setting up a specific desk on AFCON for women and other IP innovators. Last but not least, we support also women in the trade fairs. And 2 months ago, actually before we got the invitation to come for this conference, had approached Ms. Lowe and said, we need to start Women in IP Hub in Tanzania. And I got a go-ahead, and the concept paper I was told to hold it until after the end of this conference. So I'm going to back with a lot of knowledge and insights, which we are going to make the Women in IP Hub in Tanzania a successful one. And just before I finish, one of the people who have been really instrumental is Professor Esther, and she's here with us. She has done a commendable job also mentoring women as well in the IP sector, especially traditional medicine knowledge. And actually today we are celebrating traditional medicine knowledge, right? Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Viciencia. Nancy?
Okay. I'm fortunate. My mentor is 89 years old. and he's male. And then my female mentor is 79 years old. So I really draw from a deep well of knowledge. And that's why, for me, at my age, I can actually say that my cup is overflowing with knowledge. And because of that, I'm part of the Innovation Center team that we have in Namibia. And we normally have like innovation competitions every year. And part of the prize is to have like a mentorship package. So for the last year, I was mentoring 3 boys, one in the fintech space, the other one in solar heating appliances space. Not necessarily IP, because I look at IP as part of business. So I'm more into the entrepreneurial space, because my view is that you can't exploit these legal rights if you don't have an innovation in the first place. So yeah, so that's what, and they know that I'm tough, I prepare, so they have to prepare more than I've prepared. So I actually prepare for their projects. So yeah, that's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Raquel?
Well, we've been mentoring by Senapik, SDP, and in collaboration with WIPO, ARIPO, we've been doing seminars, workshop to help our children, students, professors and researchers to create invention regarding always IP, using, for example, virtual library. We are doing also training courses with discs, you say like that, project with WIPO and Patlib with ARIPO. In result of that, one of our students did her research in the impact of IP in for our economy from Sao Tome, and she concluded that the impact is just little, is small, but it made us, is reinforcing that we need to keep working on this to maybe next year bring some more better projects and regarding IP. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the well-accomplished IP professionals who have been on our panel and for sharing your experiences. And I think the session just augments the argument that training in itself is not enough. You have to be deliberate and intentional about how you pull others in terms of opportunities, which would include mentorship. And I wish to thank the organizers for creating what I think is now a community of IP, women in IP, and hopefully we will use this opportunity not only to advance ourselves, but to advance our countries and our continent. I wanted to end, because I think we're going with a bang, with an exercise. If we could just all stand, if you indulge me, please, if you could stand. We're going out to thunder. So can you rub your hands together? We're forming rain, because there'll be thunder from this conference. So we're forming rain, it's showering, and then it's raining, if you could just start. And then when I say thunder, please clap with all your might. So thunder. Oh, sorry. Let's do, you only clap once. So thunder, thunder, thunder. Yeah, we go with a bang. Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
I was about to ask for the lightning. But let's appreciate each and every one of our panelists. Miss Mercy Keke Novisho, Miss Esther Wright, Miss Vicencia Foucault, Miss Nancy Mupia, Miss Raquel Moreno dos Santos, and our moderator, Miss Chanda Tembo. Let's appreciate them one more time. Afterwards, show us what the lightning looks like. I don't know if it's just if you throw. But that was a very, very enriching session. I think we can all agree. And from their discussions, one of the things that you can pick out is that there are clearly opportunities everywhere. There are opportunities everywhere, not just for you to take part, but also for something for you to start as well. I'm sure many of us have also picked ideas on what we can start in our different countries, in our different offices, to just ensure that these opportunities always go round and round for women all over the region. Thank you so much. So right about now, we're going to have our coffee break. The Registrar General announced that there may be a slight photo session for those who are interested in taking a picture with Miss Anne Kansime. A pleasure to meet you. Because I know there are many fans in the room as well. Some may so many fans as well. Yes, so that can always be organized during the coffee break. Just a small housekeeping announcement. There are delegates that did not collect their DSA yesterday. So make sure that you see Lynn at the back with a freebie. Just make sure you see Lynn to collect that. And also, if you did not register as you came in today, the registration desk is outside, right outside the door on your right. Just make sure that you also register. So we're going to have a brief coffee break, and we'll be here in 20 minutes. As we wrap up our session and our conference, we're going to listen to reflections and wrap up, and also some closing remarks from the Director General of ARIPO and also the Registrar General of URSB. So you're welcome to break tea. Thank you.
AFRIPI will give support through the capacity building activities for Africa's regional and national IP offices. For example, by bringing IT innovation to the African IP offices and African SMEs, therefore supporting the African regional intellectual property organizations, or ARIPO's mission of fostering creativity and innovation for economic growth and development in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
AFRIPI will give support through the capacity building activities for Africa's regional and national IP offices. For example, by bringing IT innovation to the African IP offices and African SMEs, therefore supporting the African Regional Intellectual Property Organizations, or ARIPO's mission of fostering creativity and innovation for economic growth and development in Africa.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that
Best Farmers Competition.
We welcome you here to the Pearl of Africa for this year's land conference.
Happy Internal.
You're welcome in the world of TB globally.
Welcome you all to the National Housing Symposium.
It's around this time that we celebrate the Platinum Jubilee.
Imagine a place where you can get all your production needs at affordable prices with internet. That place is Land Production. Is it photography or videography for corporate functions, weddings, parties? Is it event management, live stream for corporate and social events, graphics and animation, film and documentaries, TV adverts and radio adverts, video conferencing, branding and social media marketing? Whatever you need, we have got you covered. Get in touch with us today on 0702 594 799 or 0773 594 799, or send us an email info@lenproductionug.com. Visit us today on www.lenproductionug.com or visit us on the second floor, room 04, plot 1615, Bukoto Intinda Road, Frayne Supermarket Intinda. Follow us on our socials at Len Production. Len Production, in your lane today to capture and broadcast every moment.
Best Farmers Competition.
We welcome you here to the Pearl of Africa for this year's land conference.
Happy Internal.
You're welcome in the world of TB globally.
Welcome you all to the National Housing Symposium.
It's around this time that we celebrate the Platinum Jubilee.
Imagine.
maendeleo ambao wanaonyesha wenzetu ambao ni Waganda, ambao pia wetu wa Mashariki na Kati, wenzetu juu kibiashara. So kwa hiyo basira ambayo imetengeneza ni moja ya mfano. Bisi trigger si vitu kama hivi. Kwa sababu gari ambayo inatumia umeme na full AC, gari kwa vizuri, alafu na maelekezo ambayo anatupa wajitahidi sana. Tunawapa hongera sana. Kwa Afrika Mashariki na Kati.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
AFRIPI improves awareness about the importance of IP in different areas of society, such as young people, SMEs and consumers. It also helps enhance the capacities of the African micro, small and medium enterprises, so they can benefit from the IP system and can generate more value from their products, and provides technical assistance to African countries to design SME-friendly IP policies. AFRIPI will also ensure the provision of basic information on IP issues in the targeted countries and regions via the implementation of an online IP platform. This platform will provide expert advice on IPR protection and enforcement.
Informative help desk for businesses would certainly help to bring uniformity, clarity, efficiency, consistency, and a better understanding of what is required for people to trade under the AFCFTA, which would make it easier for all countries involved to navigate the system, as the system would be identical across the continent.
A spirit of collaboration is central to AFRIPI's work. It will cooperate with organisations that are active in the support of the African Union's strategy on gender equality and women's empowerment, and particularly support women entrepreneurs.
AFRIPI could help women business owners in Africa improve their activities. Business women have always been a marginalized group in Africa due to cultural values and norms. However, it has been proven over time that women have contributed greatly to the economy in most African countries. Therefore, AFRIPI could come up with laws that protect women in business. This could actually be a turning point for women in Africa.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakopmund Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS Agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic development and growth. We developed systems that are governed by the protocols and are mandated to register or grant IP rights and to administer such grants or registrations on behalf of each contracting state in accordance with provisions of each protocol. Under the protocols, an applicant may file a single application either at one of each protocol's contracting states or directly with the ARIPO offices. An application may be filed by any natural or legal person, either in person or through an authorized representative. ARIPO currently has 4 different types of applications that can be filed. The mark application must contain the details of the applicant, class or classes of respective goods or services listing, reproduction of the application, and should designate a state or states out of the Banjul Protocol contracting states. The patent or utility model application must contain a description of the invention, at least one claim, drawings, an abstract, and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. The industrial design application must contain a reproduction of the industrial design and designate a state or states out of the Harare Protocol contracting states. All these applications should be made on respective application forms and can be submitted through contracting states or directly to ARIPO by email, registered mail, courier, or can be delivered in person. ARIPO has also introduced an online service that allows applicants, attorneys, agents, and other users to use the ARIPO services electronically 24/7 in a secure state-of-the-art environment. Currently, 88% of the applications are now being filed online. This facility allows users to file applications, pay fees with a 20% reduction on the application fee, and track the progress of their applications online. For more information, visit our website on www.aripo.org. ARIPO, shaping IP landscape in Africa.
AFRIPI will give support through the capacity building activities for Africa's regional and national IP offices. For example, by bringing IT innovation to the African IP offices and African SMEs, therefore supporting the African Regional Intellectual Property Organizations, or ARIPO's mission of fostering creativity and innovation for economic growth and development in Africa. AFRIPI improves awareness about the importance of IP in different areas of society, such as young people, SMEs and consumers. It also helps enhance the capacities of the African micro, small and medium enterprises, so they can benefit from the IP system and can generate more value from their products, and provides technical assistance to African countries to design SME-friendly IP policies. AFRIPI will also ensure the provision of basic information on IP issues in the targeted countries and regions via the implementation of an online IP platform. This platform will provide expert advice on IPR protection and enforcement.
Informative help desk for businesses would certainly help to bring uniformity, clarity, efficiency, consistency, and a better understanding of the what is required for people to trade under the AFCFTA, which would make it easier for all countries involved to navigate the system, as the system would be identical across the continent.
A spirit of collaboration is central to AFRIPI's work. It will cooperate with organisations that are active in the support of the African Union's strategy on gender equality and women's empowerment, and particularly support women entrepreneurs.
AFRIPI could help women business owners in Africa improve their activities. Business women have always been a marginalized group in Africa due to cultural values and norms. However, it has been proven over time that women have contributed greatly to the economy in most African countries. Therefore, AFRIPI could come up with laws that protect women in business. This could actually be a turning point for women in Africa.
AFRIPI will give support through the capacity building activities for Africa's regional and national IP offices. For example, by bringing IT innovation to the African IP offices and African SMEs, therefore supporting the African regional intellectual property organizations, or ARIPO's mission of fostering creativity and innovation for economic growth and development in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
ARIPO improves awareness about the importance of IP in different areas of society, such as young people, SMEs and consumers. It also helps enhance the capacities of the African micro, small and medium enterprises, so they can benefit from the IP system and can generate more value from their products, and provides technical assistance to African countries to design SME-friendly IP policies. ARIPO will also ensure the provision of basic information on IP issues in the targeted countries and regions via the implementation of an online IP platform. This platform will provide expert advice on IPR protection and enforcement.
Informative help desk for businesses would certainly help to bring uniformity, clarity, efficiency, consistency, and a better understanding of what is required for people to trade under the AFCFTA, which would make it easier for all countries involved to navigate the system, as the system would be identical across the continent.
A spirit of collaboration is central to ARIPO's work. It will cooperate with organisations that are active in the support of the African Union's strategy on gender equality and women's empowerment, and particularly support women entrepreneurs.
AFRIPI could help women business owners in Africa improve their activities. Business women have always been a marginalized group in Africa due to cultural values and norms. However, it has been proven over time that women have contributed greatly to the economy in most African countries. Therefore, AFRIPI could come up with laws that protect women in business. This could actually be a turning point for women in Africa.
AFRIPI will give support through the capacity building activities for Africa's regional and national IP offices. For example, by bringing IT innovation to the African IP offices and African SMEs, therefore supporting the African regional intellectual property organizations, or ARIPO's mission of fostering creativity and innovation for economic growth and development in Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Alright, so we should be starting our session, our final session for the conference. I'm going to ask the team from URSP as well to just help me gather all the participants and delegates back in so that we can resume
truly is.
And wrap up the conference in style.
That you can only find
I hope you have enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have enjoyed your tea. So I'm just asking the team from URSP just help me gather the participants, and we convene for the final part of the conference.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
AFRIPI will give support through the capacity building activities for Africa's regional and national IP offices. For example, by bringing IT innovation to the African IP offices and African SMEs, therefore supporting the African regional intellectual property organizations, or ARIPO's mission of fostering creativity and innovation for economic growth and development in Africa.
The African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO, is an intergovernmental organization that facilitates cooperation among member states in intellectual property matters to pool financial and human resources and seek technological advancement for economic, social, technological, scientific, and industrial development. With over 40 years in service and 20 member states, there has been considerable growth in the mandates, which now stands at 5. To facilitate the administration of these mandates on behalf of the member states, ARIPO has established 4 protocols: the Harare Protocol on Patents and Industrial Designs, the Banjul Protocol on Marks, the Swakomand Protocol on Traditional Knowledge and Expression of Folklore, and the Arusha Protocol on New Varieties of Plants. Our protocols have been extensively revised to make them compatible with TRIPS agreement and other international treaties. As a regional force, we have tasked ourselves to lead in promoting the use of these available IP tools to advance technological development and innovation on the continent as a means to socio-economic
Right, let's all gather and settle down.
We developed systems that are governed
We want
by
to
the
get into the final part of our program. And we'll be starting off with reflections and a wrap-up, just briefly covering what has been discussed at this landmark conference. We know there have been many things that have been discussed, but also there are so many things that we have noted as action points, things that we can all do in our respective countries, our respective institutions, things we can pick up from everything that has been discussed at the conference. And so we'll have that and then have closing remarks. We want to make sure we finish as early as possible because we have something exciting, especially for our delegates later on planned in the day. So we want to finish as early as possible, have our lunch as early as possible as well, and get into a program that we'll have later on in the day. So our reflections and wrap up, where we'll just reflect and summarize key takeaways and propose subsequent actions to create or strengthen IP-conducive ecosystems in their home countries after this conference, and that's what we are going to be getting into. Miss Maureen Fondo is going to be taking us through this session from the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization. She'll just guide us through it. Let's welcome Miss Maureen. Let me get you the clicker.
Thank you very much, Mark. Oh, it's already afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. Yes, all protocol observed. Well, it has been a very beautiful 3 days with a lot of information. And, you know, there are so many takeaways that we have. From the start, when we had the opening session, it was very wonderful, superb, brilliant on all that happened. And we thank God for that. Being here, it's not for granted. We don't take it for granted. It's an opportunity that we have been given by the Most High God, and for us to be able to share and to learn and to be able to get new skills and what to do for our country, for our countries, for our people, and for ourselves, so that we can be able to alleviate poverty, we can be able to scale our businesses, we can be able to actually go to the next level insofar as intellectual property is concerned and the interface that it has with the businesses and all that it encompasses. So there were several challenges that were raised and opportunities. And this is where we have to leverage on that, okay, the challenges are there, but at the same time, we need to look at the solutions that come with the opportunities available at hand. So from the onset, we were told we really need to network. Yes, from the onset, we're told that we really need to network and be able to build relationships. Coming here for the Women in IP conference, we are to continue with the relationships, the network that we have built, and be able to take advantage of whatever each one brings in and the knowledge that they have. So some of the things that we have taken note of, it's the closing the IP gender gap. It has really come out insofar as the discussions at hand that we had in these 3 days, that we really need to, in terms of where we are, our workspace, our businesses, and all spectra, we really need to close that gender gap so that we can be able to go to the next level. Capacity building, it's also another area, and raising awareness. This is one of the things that came up, giving technical support, training, being able to incubate, being able to commercialize our IPs, being able to protect and enforce whatever you have the IP, and the whole process of the value chain that we should all know. But all this also should be should also go to the community in terms of whatever we do. What is the community that surrounds us? How are they benefiting? Or even the country and the nation, and looking even beyond the countries and the cross-border. We talked about the AfCFTA, intra-trade amongst countries. So these are the opportunities that, that we have. And promoting the girls into the STEM programs that are available, encouraging them to take such kinds of programs. So using of local languages, it's something that it's very vital, so as to reach the rural people, those who don't know English, those who don't know the, you know, you may find people that they don't know the language that you have if you're bringing someone in. But if we try, we go down to the vernacular languages, then we'll be able to pass the messages and even have a critical mass insofar as whatever we want to pass over in the mentoring, in the coaching, and the like. So funding was also something that which needs to be looked at. A lot of people have brilliant ideas, but the funds are limited. So how can we go about getting the funds? Pulling our resources together. ARIPO pulled the resources together. We have the partnership programs, and even collaborating with our member states and finding strategic partners in terms of being able to assist the member states and all those who are involved, the relevant stakeholders. So the funding in terms of the institutions that are there, for example, the banks, the microfinances, how can we bring them in so that they can appreciate that the IP that comes out really has value, and be able to give loans, be able to support. So we really need to show the value that we create on this IP, and it's through these sessions that we had, at least we have exchanged knowledge and skills on how to go about it. So the mentorship, I cannot I cannot speak more than what has already been said, because it's something that all of us need. All of us have been mentored at one point or the other, and through the mentorship programs have made us be where we are. So when you receive mentorship, you should also be ready to mentor others, and it should be like a chain that, okay, I received and I can give, and whoever I'm giving also to be ready to pass that, so that it becomes, it trickles down to everyone who really needs to be mentored. This comes in terms of overcoming the fears that we have. No one is without fear. At one point or another, you become scared, like, should I really proceed? The confidence in me may be so low, but you need somebody to pull you up. And as women, we have to pull each other up, and we have seen even men pulling women up. And so all of us collectively, as a concerted effort, we really need to take this up. So networking, connecting, building relationships, it's very important. So we looked at policies, and we really need to have inclusive IP policies that are coherent within countries. You may find that one policy may be speaking against the other policy, but how can we, as change makers, as women, at that role, that's where we are, how can we put forward our ideas so that the policies that we have can really inform and be coherent on all the IP aspects that are there, and all that which connects with the IP, because we really need to eat, we really need to drink IP, eat IP, breathe IP, and everything around us is IP. So everyone at least needs to understand IP in the very simple manner. So the policies also should be able to speak to that. Ratifications and domestication of the international and regional treaties that are relevant. This needs to be taken up with the countries and the governments that are there. So it is us who can help in terms of putting forward what is relevant, and guiding, advising that this is really what we need. We heard about the different WIPO treaties. We heard about the ARIPO protocols. All these are instruments that are to benefit our countries. So at different level as we may be in terms of development, but we need to look at we really need to look at what the stakeholders need, and then we can customize according to the situations that we have in our countries. There is a potential, a very big market in Africa, as we have the young youth population, a very big percentage. And so with all this IP that tends to go with the different generations, we can really up our game and have a lot of economic value driven from that market potential in Africa. So we discussed about technology advances, AI, and the need of introducing IP curricula at all levels, having the clubs, so that we can be able to speak and make everyone understand IP and utilize it and be able to benefit through the commercialization, ideation to the market, through the commercialization process. Monitoring, all that we do, we have to go back, we'll monitor what kind of impact are we creating. Are we really advancing where we want to be? So this is something that you should not just, just work without stopping, reflecting, and to see where you are and what you need to achieve. And this, there were examples within the session that, okay, if one has done this and it was not correct, so the person had to divert and do something which was more the returns were more. So these are lessons that we learned. So the life beyond the project. What happens next? That was a question which was posed to all of us. The life beyond the project. Sustainable activities, initiatives that will be sustainable. Once we live here, when you go back to your place at home, what are you going to do? In that little space, the little change that you're going to create, it's really important. Do not underestimate yourself, because you can do great things. We're told to be able to dream big. So we need to create meaningful impact. IP strategies, we saw that this is something very important. In our businesses, we need strategies, long and short-term strategies, and also whatever strategies that we have, how are we going to relate also with the employees, if there are any that are there, with the policies that are there. What are you going to do with the product in the short term and in the long term? So all those things we discussed. And awarding and recognition. There's nothing good like being awarded, nothing good being recognized. Everyone likes to have that special moment. So as women in this IP conference, we really value each one what they bring in. And if that's the case, even when you go back to your countries and your workspaces, be able to at least award or recognize your colleagues, being able to recognize whatever good thing that comes out of in your businesses, so that the person, when they feel appreciated, they can bring more into the business. They can add more, and whatever they had, they'll just put it on the table, because they know that, okay, my colleague, it's really appreciating what I'm bringing in as an added value to this particular work, to this particular business. And with that, then we can really leverage and tap on the knowledge which people are sitting in. People have a lot of knowledge. They have gold within themselves. We heard about it. But you really need to just tap a little bit for that person to be able to give out. And through the awards and recognition, we can really be able to go to the next level. So innovation solutions for low resourced areas, that is whatever we are innovating to be able to capture the market at all levels. Capturing the market at all levels, considering that there are those with low income, there are those with a middle income, and high income. So the products that we make, good quality, but to be able to reach all, and they can benefit, and so you extend, you diversify the areas where you're going to get revenues with the products that we come with. So we discussed also about the different kinds of IP rights, that all of them, they need to be supported. Do not lean on one and then leave the other. So all areas of IP need support, and that's why even at ARIPO we have protocols that relate to all IP rights, and which we need member states to ratify those protocols so that they can work for them and for their people, and everyone benefits in the country and in the region at large. So we had very, very good case studies whereby they took us through the practicalities of what they did to reach where they are. We heard their stories, the ones who presented, and also amongst all the member states here, they gave stories of the people back at home, what they have done in terms of different case studies. So these are lessons which we have learned, and they'll enable us even to encourage others on what we should be able to do. You have to hold somebody's hand and make sure this person really achieves what they have, actualizing somebody's vision. one should be there to be able to actualize their vision, not just to dream and then not actualize the vision. Do not be discouraged. So as women, I know we are mostly discouraged with all that goes around us, but it's an opportunity for us to stand up, and we should not be scared of failing, because failing, it's a stepping stone for us to move forward. When you fail once, stand up and move forward so that whatever vision that you have, it can be actualized. So training the women in all sectors, it came out very well, that not just focus on women in a certain sector, but we go in all different sectors so that they can be able to benefit from this very important knowledge that is being spoken in terms of intellectual property, business, commercialization, how we can be able to incubate the businesses and they go to the other level. So we have about, you need to really protect first, then thereafter you publish and you prosper. We discussed all these, and indeed you shall really prosper with intellectual property. So the information gap and how to access that information is something which also came out, that we have information, but maybe in one way or another it's not reaching the correct people, and this could be maybe the language barriers, it could be maybe some circumstances that the way how we are conveying the information, it's not in the right manner. So we have to really reflect on what is our strategy, how can we go about with the communication strategy so as to be able to know how to communicate when we are maybe advertising our products, how we want to get business, how we want to mentor, how we want to coach, where are we going to get all these information so that they can be useful. It came out very well on positioning oneself. Being intentional. You just need to go there and take each and every opportunity. I cannot overemphasize what has just been spoken by the panel that came previously. And so we as women, we need to really position ourselves. Position yourself in your family, position yourself in your communities, position yourself in your businesses and in the country. And through positioning yourself, you will really go to greater heights. Being intentional. You're positioning yourself with the intention of success, with an intention of moving forward. You're positioning yourself with an intention of being able to make impact so that others can benefit. And we have to learn and relearn. We cannot just stay with the information that we had at the undergrad or even in college or in high school. We really need to keep on learning. So this should be our daily activity, that, okay, you need at least to learn something each and every day. We have learned quite a lot of information during these 3 days, and which are going to be really helpful. I know we are still trying to digest because there's quite a lot of information and that was shared. So we'll overcome our fears and to take up opportunities. So those are some of the proposed subsequent actions, that policies to be coherent, reformulated if need be to customize so as to be relevant to the present situation, legal frameworks, the international, regional, and national, to be looked at in terms of what a country needs. They ratify, domesticate, and implement, and where there needs to be any kind of amendments also within the national laws that to be done, the regulations to be set. So the whole structure under the legal framework to be looked at capacity building and awareness creation for women, also men. So don't feel left out. It's just an emphasis when I'm touching on the women, because we are in the Women in IP conference. So we need mentorship programs, and what came out is that you decentralize that. Okay, the mentorship, whatever has been, whatever you mentor, to be able to go, you know, every part, every sector, to be able to take advantage of the mentorship programs through the decentralization process. And we had those case studies whereby we saw there was that kind of, you know, being able to trust someone you have mentored, and this person you're bringing up to take up responsibilities. So the IP strategy in terms of the development and also improvement, this one, it's like, you know, your constitution in a way. What can guide you, the IP strategy? What do you want to do with your business and all that? So we really need these kind of documents, and to be able to actualize them, to be able to implement and be able to monitor and evaluate what we have done. Commercialization, everyone was commercialization, commercialization, commercialization. So IP and commercialization. We really need to see the whole entire process so that the products that come out of it to be able to be commercialized. And in the process of doing so, all those who are involved to be able to take advantage of the IP systems that are in the countries, that are in the region, and even internationally, so that they can be able to protect and prosper in whatever IP rights that they may have. So partnerships, that one is something we cannot do without, because when you partner, one brings something and the other one brings another thing. So jointly, together, we actually achieve quite a lot. So ARIPO always partners with the member states in terms of doing activities like this one. We have partnered with the National IP Office, URSB, and AFRIPI, and we even invited several other partners who came and were able to present. So partnership, it's very important, public-private partnership, to enable us to achieve our goals. We have been talking about the collaterals. So maybe we need to partner with the financing institutions so that we can be able to preach the gospel of IP and the collaterals, and how we can be able to assist all the relevant stakeholders who need collateral using the IP assets that they have. So these are some of the things which, when we go back home, to take up. So advocating for the financial institutions, introducing IP curricula at all levels. This one will really help our children, and it will really help our countries, so that all of us are literate on what IP is, in the very simple manner, simple way to understand what IP it's all about. We need to position ourselves, being intentional and humble, learning, and also being able to use all the hubs that we have created in our countries. If there are no IP hubs, then we see the possibilities of coming up with the IP hubs and innovation centers to help our people to become more innovative, for the industrialized countries to be able to have our own things that we are proud of, the products that the countries bring in. So with that, I know I didn't exhaust. There may be some things which all of us here may want to add, so that we can have them as subsequent actions or highlights, the key takeaways. And I therefore open the floor so that we can be able to take any that has been left out. And we want to be inclusive, everyone, to be able to contribute, because this is a session for all of us, Women in IP conference. So I open the floor. Any additions? Hello? Is it the tea? Okay, okay. We have someone? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate. But to crown it all, the cherry on the top. Yes. Okay, when I say women, that includes our men, because we cannot do without men. That's the message, yes. So when I say women, you will respond, I dare. And then when I say women again, you will respond, I can. And when I say the third time women, you respond, I'm intentional. Are we together? The first women, you'll respond, I dare. The second women, you'll respond, I can. And the third women, you'll respond, I'm intentional. Yes. Okay. May I have this one? Oh, there is a song. I didn't know that. Okay, okay. Oh, that's good. Okay, that's good. Thank you. Women. I can. Women. I can. Women. I'm intentional. Women. I can. Women. I can. Women. I'm intentional. Now give me that punch. Women. I can. Women. I can. Women. Yes, we are intentional. I understand there is a Malawian who has such a song, please. Would you mind?
So I needed to have done the IP. We are the women creating worthy. We are the women of Africa creating worthy. We are the movers and shakers creating worthy. We are the visionaries creating worthy. Here we come, transforming communities. Here we come, transforming the continent. Here we come, transforming Africa. Yay, yay. We are creating worthy. Aye, aye. We are creating worthy. We are not moving back, we're moving forward, creating worthy. No one is going to stop us, no, 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 creating worthy. Aye, aye. We are creating worthy. Aye, aye. We are creating worthy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause again to her. Yes, thank you very much for your attention and for all that you brought on board. So please take all that you can, and because of the relationships that we have built, continue engaging with each other so that we can add value in everything that we do. I truly humbled, and I thank you all.
Wonderful. Thank you, Maureen. And also for the a cappella, I don't know, we should start this process. We have some recording studios here in Uganda. And there's a backup choir as well. I can bring the bass line if you allow me in the song, and we have some people over there that can just back up. But thank you so much as well for the reflection and the wrap-up, and I believe that we all have different action points as well to take away from this. This has been a landmark conference. Really, really landmark. We have learned from each other, learned experiences, and one of the things that we have picked is that there is still so much to learn and still so much to do. Yes, and so we're excited that this has happened, and right now we are going to get into our closing remarks for the conference, and we are going to start with Madam Mercy, just allow me to use this title again, but with the General of Generals. As she comes up, our Registrar General from Uganda Registration Services Bureau. The lightning before the thunder. She's just going to start us off with our closing remarks, and then after that we'll have our Director General from the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization.
Thank you very much, Mark. And indeed, that song has moved our hearts and has reminded us that we have to come out so strong, so bold, and so inspired. I can imagine what was going in the mind of the DG. You see the talent that you have. You have within us as women in IP. Before I give my brief closing remarks and before I invite the DG, allow me to invite the chair of the organizing committee. The chair of the organizing committee has been here for 3 days. Our program is not yet ended, but I would like her to give remarks. Many a times, we don't give the people that do the work the space to speak for themselves. And so, Madam Patience Buichire, she's the head of legal at Uganda Registration Services Bureau. She's a lady of a lot of zeal. When you give Patience anything to be done, she'll do it and go beyond. So she's done it. Please, Patience, you have the floor. Address us.
A very good afternoon to you all. The Director General, ARIPO, the Registrar General, our delegates in your respective capacities. I would like to thank you, first of all, for coming to Uganda. I welcomed you when you came, and I still thank you and appreciate that you were able to join us for this conference. Thank you very much. I would like to also take this opportunity to appreciate all our facilitators, our presenters, our speakers, and everybody that supported us to have a successful conference. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to also thank our secretariat from both our side and AFRIPI and ARIPO. They've done a commendable job. Please, I would like to ask you to clap for them. A round of applause to them. I want to also thank our coordinators, the events coordinators, Speak Resort Munyonyo. They've been very supportive, they've been gracious, and they've hosted us, I think, excellently well. I think we've learned so much from this conference. I don't want to spend so much time speaking. Mine was to appreciate you for your, first of all, for making it here in our beautiful country, the Pearl of Africa. I hope that you've had a good time. I know it's been a tight program. You haven't been able to go out. But this afternoon and this evening, I hope that you'll be able to see a different side of Uganda. For the foreign delegates, maybe, Mark, I can take this same opportunity in the interest of time to make this announcement. After the closing, we will be taking our foreign delegates to our offices, first of all, for you to see where we sit and where our National Intellectual Property Office is. And then after that, we'll go to an event where we should host you in a different environment, and you should be able to experience a different side of Uganda. So I want to welcome you, especially our foreign delegates. We'll be happy to have you both at our offices, but also at the later event that we'll be having. We'll be in charge of your transportation. So after this program, when this is closed, you will have lunch, you will have an hour to freshen up, and by 3 p.m., we should be boarding to where we are taking you. You'll be safe with us. We'll safely transport you and safely bring you back. For those of you that have flights, you will make it back in time for your flights. We have your schedule, so we'll make sure that you make it back in time. Again, I take this opportunity to thank you all. It's been an honor to host you in our country, but also on behalf of the committee, on behalf of URSB, we thank you, and we'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
That's Patience for you. Thank you very much, Patience. I know I've ambushed you because I know you're always ready and you're a good public speaker. Thank you again with your team. We still have a whole afternoon with you, and please do not avoid or dodge this activity because it's prepared by the Honorable Minister of Justice. It's going to be an amazing one. The Director General of the Africa Regional Intellectual Property Organization, Ms. Abemanya Twebaze, my dear sister, my dear eloquent sister, Ms. Nancy Sam Mwirewo, the representative of the project leader for the intellectual property rights and innovation in Africa, AFRIPI. Our distinguished participants from all sectors, from the academia, from practice, some honorable members of parliament in their jurisdictions, others state ministers, board members, all of you distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to thank you all for making time, first of all, for utilizing your time and spending 3 days with us learning about many aspects that influence, inspire, uplift women in IP or women innovation generally. As women, we have moved from the narrative of being victims of the victimization mindset, saying we have this challenge, we have this, I know the challenges are there, but they do not only affect women, they affect all groups of people, including men. And in fact, men may need to seek affirmative action soon, because I think in the space of leadership, in the space of literacy, women are coming in to take the places. But as we sit here or gather here to speak, we should not forget that woman that has no access to the internet, that has no access to the phone, that has no access to munyonyo, that has no access to funds, and see how we can bring them on the table. But before even we bring them on the table of IP, we have to create it. Recently, there was a social media fun where some celebrity asked the husband, what do you bring on the table? And it was a discussion around, it's a social media stunt and, for influencers and so on. And so, turn to your neighbor and ask them, what do you bring to the IP table? Nancy, be careful, that's your boss. What do you bring to the IP table? The MC, can you take around just a microphone, 2 people who can share what what they've been told. What do you bring to the IP table? Just speak randomly. Take the microphone. The microphone is here. Yeah. Okay. Who is willing to? What do you bring on the IP table? What has your neighbor told you? Okay? Okay.
My neighbor just asked me the question. So my response would be, I'll bring my energy and I'll bring the knowledge that I've acquired from here, that together we stand as women and we must mentor and allow ourselves to be mentored. This is what I'll bring to the table.
What an amazing response. Can we have another take?
Yes, please.
Please.
What I bring here, and I have got so many people I'm going to train how to do soap. So I have come with training skills for anyone who wanted. So I'm ready to teach.
Wow, that's great. So I think from the discussion, excuse me, you realize that everybody has something to bring on the table. Each and every person, each and every woman in this room and out there on the street has something to bring on the table. I like using the family as a point of reference. As who grew up in the villages, you'd never fail to get a woman or your mother or grandmother bring something from the garden. They didn't have jobs, white-collar jobs like we have, but they usually brought something. They brought something. At least you found food. So as we think about what we bring on the table, and as we go back to influence our nations, our capitals, we also need to remember, where is that table? Where is that table? Is it within your house, within your bedroom, within your boardroom? Is that table somewhere in somebody's space? Where is the table? Before you bring anything on the table. If there's no table, we can create one. We can create one. So there's a lot that has been in this room, from the speaker since Monday to today and later in the evening or afternoon. Even as you go back to your homes, there's a lot that you pick on the way. Many ideas. Let's learn to share them. Let's learn to bring them on the table. Let's not keep them to ourselves. Many people have died with so many beautiful ideas. That procrastination, you keep saying, I'll do this, I'll do this. Or you feel that the more ideas you accumulate, the more you become knowledgeable. But if you do not share and put all these ideas on the table, for the young, the old, the middle-aged, the black and the white, the tall and the short, all people to benefit from them, then we wouldn't have done much. And for us in the public sector, many of you could be from the private sector, but for us in the public sector, we've been taught, as leaders in the public sector, everything is on the table. Everything's laid on the table. So I thank you very much. In a special way, I'd like to thank my colleagues from the Ministry of Justice. I think I saw Sheila Ramafa here. Yes, please stand up. Those are and she's an MIP. She did her Masters of Intellectual Property. Those are the ladies that influenced from the Ministry of Justice. I'd like to, when I was mentioning my law firm, I keep calling it my law firm, the law firm that gave me the first job, Shinubi Msoka and Company Advocates, before I joined government, I forgot to mention Hyla. Hyla is now the head of IP there. She took my job. If you disturb me, I'll come back for it. So greetings to Dr. Shinubi and company. I saw professors of Makerere University and other universities in Uganda. Please stand up for recognition, our dear friends, our sisters. Did I forget other women from the different entities? Please, these are locals that I felt that I should recognize. And many of you that have come through the different respective countries to come and be with us. I again want to thank ARIPO. ARIPO, DG, there's too much potential in Africa. actually the biggest challenge of Africa is not the poverty, is not the hunger, is not the illiteracy, is not the disease. I think the biggest challenge of Africa is the big opportunity that cannot be explored. It is the big opportunity that cannot be explored. Look at what women have done. Look at what women can do. And you know better because you love working with women, you are surrounded by women, you love women in a good way in terms of inspiration. And by the way, just that culture does not allow us, we also love men. That's the truth. We cannot do without men. I tell my peers, I tell people around me, however successful you may be as a woman, even to the level of a president, you need a man in your life. You need a man in your bed. Yes, yes, if I may put it there, legally, since I'm a registrar of marriages also. So for the men in this room, please stand up so that we clap for you. All the men in this room. Yes. The registrar general is understanding. The men in this room. Thank you very much. We celebrate you. We celebrate you. We cannot do without you. And God did not make a mistake to build a man, to create a man and a woman. And I re-echo the words of the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, who was our chief guest. Remember her statement? On men, we have to, they are our allies. We are not in this, when there's a women in IP, when there's a women in business, when there's a women in innovation, women in creative arts, any activity. It's not an activity to show that men are less. No. And if we still have that mindset that these platforms are to fight men and undermine them, no, we are getting it wrong. We are here to say that God has given us the power to take dominion, to create in our own respect, but also continue with the respect and the honor that we give to the other gender. We can't live without each other. So as I conclude, let's stay together. Let's go out so bold. Let's go out so strong. Let's be inspired to do great. And as you get out of Uganda, maybe this evening or later, tomorrow, or as you get out of this room, remember to do something that will remind you of this conference. At least write an article. Share on your blog. Write on your LinkedIn. Tweet. Do all these things. We have so many people that are tweeting things that may not add value. There's so much negativity out there. So if we don't speak for ourselves, and I like the fact that ARIPO started a communicators training. It trains communicators. For those that are not in IP offices, ARIPO has been training communicators of member states. And they're saying, yes, you started to communicate. Go communicate intellectual property. And last evening, I think the other day, I saw a letter from ARIPO telling us that they have launched the Journalists IP Award. They are going to be awarding people that write articles, promote IP. But when they said journalists, I felt left out. Because I've been writing about IP. I would have applied, but I don't qualify. They say journalists. Maybe we can make it bigger that IP influencers. IP influencers. Let the award expand to IP influencers so that we also get the motivation to write and share and sing and do the poems, do the creative arts around intellectual property. I thank you very much, and I wish you the very best. I now take the honor to invite, I don't even know what words to say, the Director General of ARIPO is a mentor to many of us. So I am honored to invite a lawyer, a renowned lawyer who studied with the current Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. You can imagine a classmate of a minister. I'm privileged to invite not only a lawyer, but a super lawyer a super lawyer, one of the best that Uganda has ever produced. A man that has mentored people, a man that drills gold, sees gold in many people. A man that has stood up for leadership and influence beyond Uganda and is influencing platforms in Africa. You've seen him in China, in Japan, in Sweden. He's moved around the world, creating that intellectual property influence at a global level. Mr. Bemanya, I can go on and go on, but you're invited to speak to the community that you love, the women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Registrar General. When she was inviting me, I was wondering whom she's talking about, but the conclusion, I related to it, so I say I confirm that it's me that she's inviting, but the first part I'm not sure about. So, distinguished delegates, honored guests, allow me also to recognize the Deputy Minister of Commerce and Administration, Madame Nyeken Nimeri from Liberia. Allow me to recognize special members of Parliament, a Member of Parliament, Ms. Mapo Jabane from Lesotho. Earlier on, I was talking about my bosses being here, Marcy and the members of the ARIPO Administrative Council. Allow me to recognize them. But also allow me to recognize their boss. We have a board member from Namibia. You are most welcome, Mr. Nancy Mupia, BIPA board member. We recognize you. And all of you distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. This is a women's conference. Allow me also to recognize, I think the Registrar General recognized the men, but I'm recognizing the men for a different reason. When Maureen was saying, oh, let's say the tagline, is it a tagline or whatever she's talking about, say, let's say, women, I dare, women, I can, women, I am intentional. There are some men when they say, women, I dare, women, I can. Women are intentional doing that on a camera when you're a man. Please appreciate those men, including me, who associate fully with that tagline. But I wish I was in charge of the programs that follow. I wouldn't have given them lunch, but so good afternoon, everyone. As we come to the close of this very enriching and transforming 3-day Women in IP conference in Kampala, I'm filled with profound sense of gratitude and pride. Gratitude and pride because when we started, we thought about this Women in IP conference. Some people doubted that it wasn't necessary because women, you are part of men and we're always engaging and working together. Why should we have women in IP conference? So the outcome of this conference, I think, have vindicated those who believe that we needed to have this gathering. So it's been an incredible journey, witnessing the vibrant exchanges of ideas, networking opportunities, and the strong commitment demonstrated by all towards closing the gender gap in the intellectual property space. It's been an amazing time. So I would like to congratulate you all for the wonderful time we've had together these 3 days. These 3 days are also symbolic to me. I hope I don't, I'm not one person who keeps good news for a very long time. I keep itching, and say, as I was seated there, I received very good news. So can I share the good news? Yes. Some time back, we had the Kampala Protocol on Copyright and Related Rights, and I think you've been hearing a lot about it. I've been begging, engaging members that we need to ratify this protocol. as I was seated here, I received the good news that Namibia has been the first country to ratify the Kampala Protocol and Fourth Right of Speech. So, Madam Board Member, thank you very much. We appreciate the Namibia. And it's a coincidence. During tea break, I was having a chat with Namibia and say, what is it that Namibia is doing that we need to learn? You're leading in this IP space. I hadn't received this good news. So thank you very much. And as we receive the good news, it's also an appeal to each one of you that as you go back, you say, these are the good news, but we need to follow. So I couldn't continue with my statement without sharing those good news that when we are in Kampala, we are having the first country to ratify this protocol. Please also allow me to, first and foremost, extend my deepest thanks through your Registrar General to Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, for gracing us with her presence and delivering such an inspiring address. I hope you are inspired by her presence, but also hope that you are inspired by her message, which really was a very big push. The unwavering support that she demonstrated should be empower women and ensure that society becomes a better place for all of us, not only women, but all of us. So she set the powerful tone of this conference, and I'm happy that you've taken the cue and continued with that tone. Also, allow me, through your Registrar General, to appreciate the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, but specifically, you might not know on the opening day, the Minister of Justice had traveled that morning around 300-400 kilometers to be present at the opening. It was an amazing. I had already talked to the Registrar General and said, since the minister is not going to be available, who is standing in for him? He said, no, he'll be coming. I said, it's virtually impossible for him to come. He came and went back those 400 kilometers, but he's coming back this evening to host us. So what an incredible man. Please pass on our appreciation to the minister. We had the board members of URSB, Registrar General, appreciate them, the chairman of the board. We had the ambassador of the European Union to Uganda, and our partners, AFRIPI. Wouldn't have pulled off it wasn't for our partners, AFRIPI. Please, Nase, pass on our great appreciation. I know I will do it myself, but you are the head of AFRIPI now, the leader representing them. Please pass on our thanks for their unwavering commitment. AFRIPI has been unwavering, not only for this conference that we're having, but also for many other activities. And quite a number of you, I'm sure, you've benefited from the activities that have been supported by AFRIPI. Thank you very much, Nancy, for the support we get from AFRIPI. A special thanks to the resource persons. We've been having an amazing team of resource persons from within ourselves. Please appreciate all of them. I cannot mention them one by one. The last panel, it has been, the resource person have been very resourceful. It's not always like that. You invite resource person, then you end up being the resource persons and whatnot. But the team that came, it's been an amazing team. The delegates from ARIPO member states, we wouldn't have made it if you hadn't come. Please appreciate the members that were able to come to Kampala. Your dedication and engagement these past 3 days has been truly commendable. And it is through such cross-border collaboration that we are going to make a difference in the IP space. I know the Registrar General recognized the organizing committee. Sometimes we sit here, we see things moving seamlessly, but there are people who have spent sleepless nights. There are people who have been stretched to ensure that we enjoy the kind of environment that we've enjoyed. Please let me ask the teams. Marcia was a bit selfish. I think she introduced the team at URSB. There's a team at ARIPO also. Please stand up for recognition. And the AFRIPI team and the URSB team. they've been working together online and whatnot, and me and Marcy, thank you very much. It's been a great team of mainly women and mainly women and the men in the team. Thank you very much. I hope that you are able to learn how to organize conferences. The men were not very good at it. So thank you very much for that. And we look forward to more and more engagements with you. Thank you very much. As we conclude, let us take a moment to reflect on the valuable lessons. We've been in Munyonyo. I think we've enjoyed ourselves. We've had conversations, meaningful conversations. They are important, they are good. But let's reflect and remind ourselves that these conversations are good. Exchange of ideas, excellent. Building the relationships that we are building, wonderful to have those, but let's understand that what ultimately counts are results. Talking about this wonderful time, yes, we can talk about it, but what results are we looking forward to achieve as a community, as people in our member states? The conversations, I take the conversations that we've been having as commitments and covenants we are making to each other. When we're at tea break and say, this is what I report back home. This is what I'm going to share. I take those as covenants. And covenants are we don't want to write, you don't have to write them anywhere, but it's from the heart and say, this is what we've seen as women, this is the transformation that we are bringing this place. So I'm extremely excited about the results that we are looking forward to showcase, the commitments that we've made. The conference has not only underscored the challenges faced by the women in IP, but also has highlighted the vast opportunities that lie ahead if we continue to work together. Great opportunities. Sometimes we look at challenges, but they are great, immense opportunities for all of us, and you can count on us that will be there to support you on this journey through and through. We must continue to champion initiatives that empower women, encourage mentorship, that promote policies that foster an inclusive IP environment. This is not difficult, I believe. It can be done, and you have the power to do that. I know that you've been talking about some of the issues that came up. One of the most important issues that I think you talked about is funding. Finding funding. I will share you my experience about funding, my simple understanding about funding. That there are people who are desperately looking forward to who to fund, what activities to fund, and they are struggling. So when we sit here and talk about funding, lack of funding, maybe the challenge is that we are failing to demonstrate the value we create and co-create with the funders. So that shouldn't worry us. So what commitment are we going to make when we go back to our countries to engage and share with relevant people, people who have the funds, the value we create and co-create in the IP space? It's about value creation, value co-creation. The moment you answer that, you'll be hiding from funds, and I know by the end of next year, as we engage together, we shall be running away. Say we have enough funds now, just put it elsewhere for IP. So that's the community we want to build. That's the ARIPO we want to build. We have great partners. I've talked about EU IPO, talked about our FreeP project, but there are others. WIPO you're talking about, EPO, there are JPO. We have great opportunity to find this funding, and I'm not really worried about where we are going to find those funds. So we come to the end of this exciting 3 weeks. Not the end, maybe the beginning of a great journey together. I hope you've been able to build those lasting relationships, the connections that we need to build this journey, and to renew our vigor and commitment to make the vision we've been sharing a reality. So allow me once again to thank you all for your participation, for the insights, for the dedication, for the wonderful venue, Registrar Jenny, you chose. I hope you've enjoyed the venue, or you've been too busy in the conference rooms and whatnot. So use this afternoon also to appreciate the wonderful venue. Please pass on our appreciation. Sometimes we take it for granted. We've paid. I've been in places you pay, you don't get the service. So please, to the management of this facility, I would like to say thank you very much. So as we conclude, I want to wish you safe travels back. But I also want to say and repeat that this is the beginning of a great journey together. So thank you very much, the wonderful women. Can the men in the room stand up again and appreciate the women for allowing us to be with them? The men. And then some of these men will be asked, you know, you are such a powerful influence, women. Some of these men, the voices are going to change, the mannerisms are going to change as they go back home. They'll be, what's wrong? Why are you behaving like a woman? Don't deny. You say, yes, I'm behaving like that because I've been in the company of very powerful women, and they have influenced me in ways that I can never experience again. Thank you very much. Look forward to an exciting journey together. Thank you.
Let's appreciate the Director General of the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization and the Registrar General as well of Uganda Registration Services Bureau. I believe you've had a wonderful time at this conference, this landmark conference, and we have come to the end of this session as well. I just want to make a few housekeeping announcements. One, I have been informed that there are evaluation forms at the table right where you are sitting. Please make sure that each of you fills in that form and then leaves it at the registration desk that is right outside on your right. And at the desk, you will also, when you submit the form, you'll also be able to pick your flash disk that has all the presentations that were delivered at the conference. And then we'd also want to appreciate, because they'll be also giving us transport to our foreign delegates to the excursion, we also want to appreciate Kira Motors as well that have partnered with us at the conference. To our foreign delegates, you will have an opportunity to sit in those wonderful, wonderful buses as well. And then right now we're going to go into our lunch break. We won't be coming back into the hall because that part of the program is done. So the lunch coupons will be given at the registration desk outside, and we'll still have lunch in the same place. But right after lunch, at 2:45 p.m. after your lunch, there will be the buses will be at the main hotel reception, the entrance, right at the hotel reception, to just take us to where we have to go to next. And this is for the foreign delegates specifically. And the excursion will end at 9:30, which is when we'll be coming back here. For the foreign delegates, that's the time we'll be coming back here, because we know a lot of you, some of you have flights that are leaving in the middle of the night. And then also at the registration desk, to our foreign delegates, please make sure that you check your pickup time from the hotel to the airport. The transport has already been arranged, but just cross-check and confirm that pickup time as well. All right, so just been, there's clarity that for the airport transfers, it's the pickup time, not the checkout time, just to confirm that at the registration desk. So those are the announcements. We'll set off, make sure by 2:45. Dress code. So we are going to have a wonderful time. And I don't know how to explain the dress code for a wonderful time together. Yes. Yeah, so it's an outdoor event. Please feel free as well to carry what you can and be comfortable in what you want to be comfortable in as well. So those are the important announcements. Remember, 2:45, the buses will be boarding. Our foreign delegates will be boarding the buses right outside there. So please be there by 2:45, because we'll be setting off at exactly 3 p.m. To our next event. Thank you so much. As the Registrar General was making her remarks, she mentioned, what do you bring to the IP table? I just want to put a disclaimer, with your permission, RG, that for the sake of peace, restrict that question to IP. Because if it switches over to relationships, I had interesting answers. Some people were saying, I am the table, or I bring the house that houses the table. Some people were saying, I forgot about the table, I have a sofa set. So as you go out, remember that the conversation is strictly for IP, for the sake of peace. Thank you so much for being a part of this conference. It has been wonderful moderating this session, and it will be lovely to meet each and every one of you again. Yes? Honorable, yes, honorable member has yes, honorable member. Mambo. The flash discs are right at the registration desk. As you hand in your survey form, the evaluation form, you'll get a flash disc. Yes. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful afternoon.
I think let's give it up for our great MC, Mark Tugume. Thank you very much. You've done so well. Yes.
Imagine a place where you can get all your production needs at affordable prices with the best customer experience on the continent. That place is Land Production. Is it photography or videography for corporate functions, weddings, parties? Is it event management, live stream for corporate and social events, graphics and animation, film and documentaries, TV adverts and radio adverts, video conferencing, branding and social media marketing? Whatever you need, we have got you covered. Get in touch with us today on 0702 594 799 or 0773 594 799, or send us an email info@lenproductionug.com. Visit us today on www.lenproductionug.com or visit us on the second floor, room 04, plot 1615, Bukoto Intinda Road, Frayne Supermarket Intinda. Follow us on our socials at Len Production. Len Production, in your lane today to capture and broadcast every moment.
Welcome to Delight Uganda Limited Nwoya Farm. A 2,000-acre agricultural marvel in Nwoya district, northern Uganda. Established in 2012, it proudly stands as one of Africa's largest mixed orchard farms. The Delight Nwoya Farm is part of Delight Uganda Limited, a woman-led organization founded in 1996 by Dr. Julian Adieri Omala.
My dream since 1996 was to make fresh juice from locally grown fruits grown by the community.
Headquartered in Kampala's Kawempe division, the company is renowned for processing and packaging fruit juices under the popular Cheers brand.
Since I did not have any direction, I started carrying out a research. I got my raw materials, I started making the juice. But as I would sell Cheers juice, it started small, it grew. But my vision, my dream would tell me, fresh juice, fresh juice. Then one day, UNCDF met Maggie Chigozi. Then she called me, said, Adieri, you can grow your fruits. I said, okay. After a month, they said, Nwoya. I said, yes, Nwoya, yes. When I reached the district, my heart was very settled. The way was welcomed. I said, I need land. I need 2,000 acres of land. They ask me, no, we don't have the land. Then UNCDF, they are saying, we hire the land. I said, no, I want to buy land, or district must give me land. District said, we don't have land. Then they sourced for the land. That's how we went to Noya.
Our farm boasts 1,000 acres of mangoes, 50 acres of citrus, 200 acres of guavas, 50 acres of macadamia nuts, 26 acres of cashew nuts, 2,500 pawpaw trees, 2,050 mulberry trees, 2,000 jackfruit trees, and 815 soursop trees. Additionally, we grow various tree species, cultivate food and medicinal plants, and practice animal husbandry, supplying diverse markets.
We have also established